Well, hello there. Hey, Split Rock. Hey, Jungen 24 Films. Imagine the coincidence, Split Rock. So am I. So this is the thing that you're playing with. And what I'm doing this morning is seeing if I can further tinker with it, because there's something I was talking about that I wouldn't mind adding. If I do that, there will be a new version going live, possibly even while streaming. But yeah, I had been talking about how it doesn't remember the size of Windows. And I think it remembers the positioning of Windows. Like, see, I can fire up Reaper here and open up the thing that I use to model things with. But when I do that, look, they're in a position, and it seems to be remembering those positions, but it is not remembering the size I had them, because I had them being different sizes. So I'm wondering whether maybe I can do that. Because, of course, like, okay, so Christmas is yet another day, and I will try to further fix bugs here. It won't be remembering what I'm seeing there. But if I can update this, it's going to automatically put the plugin into the place it goes, at which point Reaper will start using the new version. Because when I do this locally on my machine, it automatically starts using the new version. And if I do that, I may be able to get it to where it will remember the size of the window. So let's take a moment and look back over here at some of this other stuff. I know I've got it set up, and it is currently functioning in such a way that if you use Airwindows globals to tell it what size to be, it's going to do that. It will be user width and user height. And if you specify the exact plugin in question, then rather than just making them all be user width and user height, it'll be that plugin's specified user width and user height. But in theory, I should be able to set it up so it seems to be remembering the positioning on the screen, at least in Reaper. So rather than do more stuff here, what I'd like to do is find out how I went about doing this in the first place. It looks very much to me like it is simply using this. What I don't know is whether I'm going to have access to that in the plugins processor code file. But we can do this. And it's even got insanity checks, which I can use for writing the values to a file too. So if the user width is insane, like a 0 or a negative user width, or a width that's larger than, I'm assuming this is normally considered to be insane. After all, that's way beyond a 5K monitor. 5K monitor is about 5,000 rather than 16,000, so we're not currently at the point where I need to worry about that not being big enough. But I do want to always check to make sure that if it tries to, through some kind of bug or error, assign a user width of 60 billion, it doesn't just crash the program, and instead it reverts to what the original one was going to be. Excuse me. Here's the folders I'm doing all of this in. And yeah, and happy Yuletide, folks. By all means, go off and play with this plugin this morning if that's what you got time to do. I see there's 10 people here, so I'm all the happier that I started streaming, because we can share this Yuletide morning together with my cozy wood stove, and all of the things. But yeah, so I've copied that. This stuff seems to not be calling on this, and we're not including plugin editor or Airwindows UI in this. Here's a bunch of stuff like get num programs, set current programs, things like that, which I don't really use in my stuff. But this is what happened last year with Console X. I had to add these on Christmas Day because people were like, I did a bunch of mixing and then I opened it up again and it had forgotten everything. I'm like, oh, I didn't implement that, did I? And it was the same for me. I had been trying it, but I had been making a video not knowing that what I had was just going to evaporate. So I basically ran to Bacon Paul that day, and he was like, why don't you use the thing from this program? Why don't you use the thing from Consolidated? Or why don't you use the thing from Six Signs? And I looked it up, and this is what it was. So this is what I'll be expanding. The meter is resized relative to controls a little bit in that the meters are resized in a kind of magic Airwindows-y way. They're golden ratio. So that's going to kind of be how it is. I can show you how it works, at least if I have it open. Perhaps I'm not going to do that right at this moment. But if you're using the channel versions, for those, I think the window size is less important. It's still important, but it's not as important. So if you want it to be the largest possible size, take a sort of rectangle size. And that's going to make it be as big as it reasonably can be. It will be the golden ratio will be assigned to the controls. So it takes up all the rest of the space, except that if you have it a horizontal setting, it's going to be a little narrower because, like I said, the controls take 0.618 and the meter takes the rest of the space. And then if you have it more of a vertical layout, it's overriding that. It's not going to try to make it be literally 0.387 or whatever it is, the size of a really tall vertical one. Instead, it's restricting. In fact, we're looking at it right here, so there's no reason I can't show you the actual code of it. See? Even more golden ratio stuff. So if the display height starts out as the inverse of golden ratio, but then if the display height is way taller than the display width, as in it wants to make a little square of the meter, even on really tall layouts for the channel strip, because it's a channel strip. So people might be wanting to arrange it as a channel strip. If the meter took up half the space, that would just make that a really inconvenient. So basically, in order to have the meter on channels be big, it has to be in a rectangle layout. Have it be more of a big square, and then you get to see it. And if you try to make it into a vertical channel strip, it's going to take up all the space for controls. And the shape of the window is going to be a little golden ratio, whatever size it is. That's why it shrinks down when you narrow it. And then when you widen it, it might actually still be full height because it's not really being restricted from being a wide window. But in that case, it also depends upon how tall you have it. And yeah, the thing about both of these work that way because there's no special reason for having a really tall, an unreasonably tall meter window on a vertical layout. That doesn't make any sense. It's a layout that scans from left to right, so you need to have a wider window to do that. So what you do to be able to see the meter correctly, the bus version automatically shows a bigger meter size. And I'm pretty sure it still squishes if you have it be a vertical layout, but that's fine. So resizing the wind meter relative to controls, make there be space for it to be drawn. So let's bounce back over to here and see whether we can do any of these things. Yep, I keep moving it around. If you're not, you might simply have to make the window be bigger. What I'm going to try to do here today, because I would like to have Console X2 also working this way, and if I can do it, I will also update Console X with all of its things staying the same, like it's not going to get the new meter or something. But I'll update it so that it also saves the size of the window, assuming I can make this work. So it's going to live in here. And likewise, that's going to live in here. And this is apparently how it saved the settings, because it is saving the settings, thanks to Bacon Paul's help last year. In fact, I've got it saving the setting. I believe that this juice strings and things, like XML element, turns out on Console X, all of the individual plugins use XML element Console X channel. I didn't actually have them specifying individual names, and it was fine because these are also associated with the particular instance of the plugin, which obviously they have to be because you can't actually be loading up settings from some other instance of the plugin. So it doesn't really matter what you call it. You could have it be Juice XML element Airwindows and it would be fine. But I am having it be associated with the name of the plugin just for sort of additional detail. Hey, sweeter. You are quite welcome. I am even still working on the product today, but that's the thing. It's just a follow-up detail. And this time, unlike last year, it's not a follow-up detail to fix a major bug that makes people unhappy. Hopefully, people won't be super unhappy. And then they may be even happier once I actually get this sorted. See, that's also the way this works. It goes XML, new XML element, and it's looking for this. And then when you set it, you were setting the state and making the unique pointer as I guess what's going on there. And if it has the tag name, it feels a little weird to me. This would be, copy XML to binary. Get state information apparently means save it. Set state information means load it. So that's weird, but that's what I got from Bacon Paul. So you would be surprised, or perhaps not surprised, at how often these guys out there who are like way better than me still have human failings. You know, I wouldn't have arranged it in that way. I would have like XML set attribute to be set state. And then when it's loading it up, which it does here, I would have that be get state. But go figure. And this is from Airwindows to Rack. It's from that stuff. So this is actually from Consolidated. And what I'm going to be doing, maybe he's already... So I don't remember whether you can resize Consolidated. I know you can't resize the Rack version because you don't get to resize Rack elements. They're objects that go in the virtual rack. That's something I would love to play a little bit more with this coming year. But with this, we need to save height and width and stuff. By the way, my Christmas Eve dinner was Welsh rarebit, which I'm still delighted that I get to have Welsh rarebit again. I used to make it from the Stouffer's frozen dinner thing that you got, and it's basically just a form of melted cheese with toast, but it's like fondue. It's not quite like fondue, but it's a lot like fondue. And you can have like Worcestershire sauce in there. And Stover stopped making the Welsh rarebit that they made, possibly because it was silly of them to do it, or maybe they were too expensive. And turns out, like, Campbell's soup makes a cheese soup, and all the cheese soup is it's not really cheese. Campbell cheese soup is basically a sort of wheat-based concoction with the tiniest little hint of cheese in it. But here's the trick. If you take shredded cheese and melt large quantities of that into this soup, you get Welsh rarebit. You get to use an almost arbitrarily small amount of the Campbell cheese soup stuff in it in order to turn melted cheese from a lump that turns into extremely hard object to Welsh rarebit. Because all Welsh rarebit is basically palatable temperature liquid cheese. It's like cheese pudding or something. Ooh, John Daub, you're looking for texture. You can take a JPEG from anywhere in your computer, but you have to put it in this one particular place, which I will show you because I can. So you see, here's my home folder. And you'll notice I have an Airwindows folder, but it ain't that one that we actually use. Instead, I go to my Documents folder, which is a pretty commonly accepted, like Windows people will have a Documents folder. And Juice is able to look up what your Documents folder is because it's allowed to look in there. And then we go to the Airwindows folder, and that's where you put the graphics. In fact, what I'm going to do is fire this up, and we're going to sneak in one of the graphics while I'm at it. Let's use gray watercolor. I'm still using my sort of light gray color. And I'll also use a dimmer tint on the user track color. We'll leave the LEDs as red for today, because why not? Here's where I go between vertical, horizontal, or rotary. I often like rotary. And this only applies, user interpolation only applies to console X. It changes the look of the scaled up graphic that you use on it, but it doesn't really apply to console H because console H just draws everything directly on the window. And then, yeah, I probably don't need these anymore. This is what I settled on for what I was doing with console X builds, and so it would remember what size, the location on the screen they were, but it would be reading that, and then always assigning them to that, and that's how I arranged things. Also, I've gone off tilt, but it's still there for people who like it. I'm not sure whether I default to having it be in play, but you get to use that if you want. So yeah, just this overrides user color. And you put it there. You put it in your home folder, Documents, Airwindows, and then you'll find Airwindows Globals in there as well. And then, yeah, I don't know whether it's case sensitive or not. It may depend upon the used operating system and file system. If it fails, try something else. Oh, interesting. Ardor is doing a thing. That's interesting. I will look up in the code I'm working on whether there's a reason for it to be doing that. Maybe there is. I certainly wasn't finding it in any other program, but maybe the other programs have it wrong and Ardor has it right. And then, like I said, now we can run the Reaper again. Looks to be getting a little bit confused. I'm not sure why that is, but whatever. And now that's my watercolor look, which I'm quite happy to have here. But what I'm fixing to do is set it up so that if I use a much larger display and then I close this and then open it again, it'll remember. Because what should happen, see up at the top corner here, if I close this and reopen it, oh, interesting. Did I click on the right one? I was saying if I close this and reopen it, it'll put it back to the place. And sure enough, it seems to, but it seems to be going by the bottom corner. That's weird. Yeah, see, here we are resizing it so that the bottom corner is in the bottom of the streaming screen. And then if I reopen it, it's actually a little ways up. And then if I scooch it over to here, but don't resize it, it goes there. But then if I resize it, it moved over. So this is following some kind of weird secret rules, but what I am noticing is it looks like if I haven't resized it, it remembers. So we'll be fooling a bunch of things. Oh, I think you'd better create the documents data path. I don't think I create it, because I consider that to be a possible rootedness issue. Like suppose you had an Airwindows folder already there, or you didn't want an Airwindows folder in your documents folder, then it would be like, well, you got to make one. But if you don't have one, it's not going to do that. Anywho, firstly, here's where it loads stuff. So if I try to do this, well, we can't actually load from there. But what's going to go on is I'm looking at how it's doing the other stuff and seeing whether I can make it do this stuff. Are we opening other things like Airwindows UI or plugin editor? It's going to be plugin editor at once. The parameters we load here. And up in here, we're able to refer to look and feel and stuff like that. And we got Airwindows look and feel set color. So one of the things I could do is we can see whether or not it understands. Let's scroll back down. What if we do this? Does it understand that? Haha. Except for it doesn't know what host track color is this time. But it's able to do Airwindows look and feel set color. That implies that although I don't have access to that color, that doesn't matter. I could include in Airwindows look and feel these values. What I don't know is to whether I can assign stuff to user width and user height from the set state information. I could perhaps pass stuff to the class Airwindows look and feel, which is living over here, I believe. Yeah, there it is. See, it understands what this is, even in plugin processor. Oh, I'm sorry, sweeter than anything. Yeah, the story I was telling there was during the day when I was working on all this stuff, I made Welsh for a bit and drank lots of coffee and got this done up to the point that it's done anyhow. And then once I'd finished everything and exported the video, I made a tomato soup because that is a Johnson family tradition of on Christmas Eve, we would go out to church. I was raised Episcopalian, so we would have to go out to church on Christmas. And I'm quite happy with what Episcopalians have done with themselves when I've been away. But and then we would have soup for dinner and head to bed. And so I did the same thing. I'm also looking forward to Christmas Eve, because the thing about Christmas Eve is that that's when we would bust out cheese and crackers. And there's a kind of cheese that exists out in the Midwest that is called Windschuler's bar cheese. And I haven't been able to get that for years because the last place that would ship it stopped. But, oh my God, you could probably add Marmite to it. But yeah, you could do that. What we would also do for Christmas Eve is get to have garbage frozen food. So it would be like random pizza rolls and crud. And so I got a bunch of pizza rolls, and I get to have those on Christmas Eve. So that should be amusing. So let's see, here's where we're at. I don't think doing Airwindows UI is going to be relevant, because what I'm really trying to do is talking to Plugin Editor. I feel like they should be able to talk to each other in some way. I'm just not quite sure how that goes about doing it. Plugin Editor contains these things. Like, it contains an instance of look and feel, it contains an instance of meter. And then here's how we do a bunch of stuff. This is probably a good enough place to look for the solution to whoever was on Ardor and wasn't having it work properly. Like, what it should be doing here is opening this up. Set size, Airwindows look and oh, so Airwindows look and feel does have a user width and a user height. Does that mean that we can just contain this and then set them kind of directly? Is that what it needs to do? Hey, look at that. All of a sudden it likes it better, except for it still doesn't have a new width correctly. That's cool. That suggests that I can work with this just as it is. Excuse me. Wednesday day with cranberries and blueberries. That sounds kind of amazing. Not going to lie, that sounds pretty amazing. So if we can do that, we don't need to do this. We've established that that's the way you get access to this. Suggesting that it'll also be similar from here. Although we still don't have new width or new height. That's fine. One thing at a time. This is going to contain some sanity checks everywhere, so yep, and we're not referring to new width. No, we're going to be doing something else. What is a good question? Because see, we don't get to use params I for this. We can't just take a param and use it for this, because if we did that, then there would be a random stray knob somewhere. And we shouldn't need to use a random stray knob to do this. So what's happening? Val so juString, nm, uString, code number, plus standard toString I. I is the number of parameters, so that tells me something. That tells me we're setting the value, but this nm, which is presumably, I'm not exactly sure what nm stands for here, but it probably stands for something like, this is the new measurement for the thing that we are trying to assign. Point being, that is going to be AWCHC underscore like 1 or underscore 18 or something like that. And that's how it's setting the parameters, is it's counting them. It's not using their names, it's just using their numbers. That means nm which is being created only inside this. Let's make a little more space in here. And then we can do a whole separate thing, since we don't have I, but it's just making a string anyhow. We don't actually have to do anything fancier than this. Width. So then the next thing we do is XML set attribute. And it'll be kind of like this. I think that's probably going to work. I'm a little concerned that I am apparently loading up floating point numbers, because that's what this is operating on, but I just gave it an int. So one of the things that I can do is, since we don't have to do this part, we just did it directly above, I can scooch this up to just over, because this is a sanity check, or an insanity check. So it's going to force it to be a sane number if we're currently, like if I moved it around, say on Twisted Wave, you get to do this, so that the width is like -2, and then you somehow close the window. I can make it so that it checks, and if it's an insane number, it bounces it back to your default again. This is also the code that would have been causing a problem for whoever. I could do with resizing this chat window a little bit so that I can read up a little bit farther. Yeah, XR64 is the one that said Ardor limits the console H window width to 618 pixels and no narrower. So here, I'm curious as to whether it's also limiting the height, because this is the code that's causing the console window to be not smaller than 8. Could it be that you're resizing it and it's making Ardor think that the width is smaller than 8? Because this is the code that forces it to be 618. This is the only code changing user width. And I noticed that on Reaper, you can't actually resize it to be smaller than a certain amount, whereas in Twisted Wave, you absolutely can. You can make it be a 1 by 1 pixel window, and it'll still run, but you can't control it that way. So those are going to be relative to the app. Oh, is the height also limited? Okay, so a little quick demo of the platform-specific part of this. I'm curious as to whether, is it letting you resize it larger? Because that'd be really weird, but if so, that's interesting. So here's Twisted Wave. And if we open up channel, here we've got it doing its thing, but in Twisted Wave, oh, hang on. Okay, so it makes the vertical width. The horizontal width can't be smaller than these little control things up in the corner. The vertical width can't be smaller than having those control things showing on the screen, but you can drag it right up to where it's essentially -10 height. So yeah, what you have discovered is possibly a juice related. It's doing that on purpose. See, in Twisted Wave, we can become pretty damn microscopic. That's still a functioning plugin. To some extent anyhow. It'll work. If it's running and it's this small, you can control it by clicking on the controls, but that's going to become difficult. Oh, interesting. And if you click on the resize not in the corner of the window, but in the corner of the plugin, negative size. I just made it be literally invisible. Although it's not letting me squish the vertical size, whereas if I do it from here, I get to squish the vertical size. All of that is basically nonsensical, but that's what Twisted Wave does. Reaper has its own set of restrictions, and what you're telling me is Ardor also has its own set of restrictions. I don't think I can work around that. I'm not sure where it's getting those numbers, but I don't think I can work around that. Just saying. Let me continue with some of this. I've just been rearranging these things. If I persist with it, I might actually be able to get to where this is a solved problem, at which point I can update all of the bits and push another build. If you let go of it while it's negative, I bet it is just stuck there, yeah. Airwindows plugins are kind of like chainsaws a little bit, where if you make it do something that is really unreasonable, it's probably not going to not let you do it, and then it's on you as to what you do with it. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing this insanity check. Like, in theory, you could let go of it while it is negative, quit the program, at which point the program saves its state, including the settings of those knobs, and the width and height. And if it saves the width or height as negative something, it'll never be able to draw the control again. So you'll never be able to fix it. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing in trying to fix it. Or rather, trying to check and make sure that these things are relatively reasonable. Carlo allows reset? Yeah, fair. So you found a Ardorism. Ardor is somehow finding the default startup state and not letting you do anything else, which makes me wonder whether if you were able to get it to a smaller window. Ooh, here's something that you can try when I finish doing this stuff, which I don't care if it takes all day. This is not a high stress work day for me. This is Christmas Day. I just dropped console H. People get to play with that. If I'm able to improve it, all the better. Here's the next question, Xard64. It lets you resize it larger. So what happens if you resize it larger with me doing these tweaks so it'll save the size of it, and then reopen the program, have the plugin reappear at the new larger size? Does it then not let you make it any smaller? Is it refusing to let you size it any smaller than it started? Because that is weird and no other DAW will do it, but that would be a possible answer for what it's trying to do. Everybody else is going to let you resize console H to small because it really is not producing any limit. Let's double check that. I'm sure I've got code in here somewhere. So there's plugin editor C. I think this is where you put the, is it maybe here? Don't mind me, I'm poking around and trying to find out where some of these things work. There's code in here, perhaps not right here. Where it's drawing the window for the first time. I guess it's not in here. No, it's not. And there's places where you can try to set a aspect ratio. And I'm not doing that because I found it was wildly inconsistent. Like things just didn't work doing that. You can't make it force an aspect ratio. You'll always be able to grab some other kind of resize indicator and then force it into an unreasonable thing. If there's anything I can do to help the Ardor developers with this, my code is open. Like send them to the Airwindows GitHub to look at how I'm doing it. It's a fairly normal juice-based way of doing it. And you presumably you have Linux binaries, and everything that I do building new versions of it on GitHub will give you the new Linux binaries, unless they don't build. I'm still working on Dark Meter, not today, but I'm working on Dark Meter because Dark Meter, the Windows and Mac build, and then randomly the Linux does not, and has some kind of allocation problem. So I don't know where that is coming from, and I'm probably going to ask like my smarter friends how I can go about figuring that out, because the same damn code is running and working in Linux in Console H. Dark Meter is just the same code for the meter, standalone. So it should be working just fine, but it's not. But yeah, back over to here. We were in the middle of doing this. So there's the test. I probably don't need to see this is being redone each time because it's inside a for loop. So outside of these brackets, it doesn't exist. But we've just instantiated it. So rather than reinstantiate it, what I should be able to do is just straight up reassign it. I don't know whether that's going to work, but we can but try. Or I can do XML set attribute and just specify it directly. Like we're doing that because it's doing a string plus an integer. But we could maybe just not bother with even creating a variable. And then do that. It might work. Sometimes I like doing that in the Godot engine. It's like, okay, let's lump these things together into one statement, and then it only has to generate this long enough to create this one object, and then it stops. Which means that I immediately get to copy it over to here. And then we get to do that. And that is setting XML attributes. So I've essentially just made another XML attribute. It seems to be able to either create it or update it. Yep, I'm not having problems with the Dark Meter visuals in Console H. The standalone one, unless, well, I tried to build it on GitHub. So if you go to the GitHub, there may be downloadable binaries there, but it didn't build my Linux binaries. That's what I'm saying. Pamplejuice is continuous integration. Pamplejuice means you get to run the build system on actual GitHub, and as soon as it's finished, people have stuff they can download. Everybody gets to download it. It even code signs things, certainly on Mac. It's supposed to also code sign things on Windows Azure, and I haven't got that set up yet. If they let me have a signing identification, I'll go with that, and we'll turn it on. I'm a little hesitant because it's like, man, they're constantly wanting to do new stuff, and I'm worried that it'll be setting up some kind of code signing thing where all of the existing Windows builds that aren't the newest version will not be able to use it anymore, and that would be bad. I don't want that. My purposes and Microsoft purposes are not always aligned. If they're trying to force people to use Windows 10 and new AI schemes, then I'm not going to want to go there. I will resist their wishes in that case as much as I can. So here we are with the loading up things. Here's where I assigned this by opening up the attribute. So, oh, look at that. Auto F, that means it's going to pick a variable type. Auto means pick a variable type based on what this actually is. So this should be able to get an int just fine. After all, we have not told it the XML elements can only be floats. Instead, we're just setting the attribute, and val happens to be a float in this case. But if this is an int, well, we're setting an attribute, but we're feeding it an int, so maybe it'll just straight up set an int attribute instead. I wonder if I have like extra text in here somewhere. Jump to definition. Okay, that answers my question. What this is it's an overloaded function call. An overloaded function call means it needs to have a name of the element, but then if you call it, it will do a int in the form of a string, apparently, or a double, which it's doing something fancy with. This is the internal juice code. I don't know why they're doing that, but they're doing it. And then set attribute. Also, this feels weird because it's like set attribute, but then it's calling a thing that says set attribute and also has similar like string or serialized double. But I thought we were already looking at that, so that's weird. Well, while we're pondering that, I don't need that open. Let's throw another log on the fire. It's not actually cold here, but it is cold up here in Vermont. In fact, we have snow on the ground. I could have gone out and taken a picture or some video of the final little snowfall that we had, which meant that not only did we have snow on the ground, but also a thin layer of snow covering all of the roads, just a tiny little bit. So it was a proper friggin' winter wonderland right there, which is fine for like, if the season seems to call for that. We straight up got your snowy white Christmas. And it's cool. It's not like it made it unbearably cold either. It's just below or around freezing, so that's fine. I am such an old man. I have the white beard to play the role of Santa, but also every time I sit in the chair I go, ugh. Anyways, let's see what we can do with this. So auto F, and then param set value notifying host F. Well, you know what? I won't need to set a value from params. This is a thing that you can call on params. That means make it be a new value rather than just params I equals F. But what we're going to be doing here is updating this in a different way. Namely, we'll do auto F again. Actually, I'll use different letters. Let's use W and H just to keep things straight. We'll also find out whether you get to simply type in the value or not. Because see, get double attribute, well, hang on though. And we don't have an NM. But here's the thing, if we're opening up user width, we should be able to get attribute user width. But I already know it's not going to be a double attribute, is it? Jump to definition. It doesn't know what that is. Oh, this it knows what that is. Okay, so I can specify get int attribute or get string attribute. That means I should probably try to do this. No sense having it cast to double and then back again. So these do get double attribute. I really should be, I don't understand why it is acting the way that it is. Oh, I know. I bet it's getting confused because I missed a parenthesis. Ah, there we go. See, now it is the wrong thing, but it's showing up in green, meaning that it knows what it's talking about. And if we do get int attribute, we've assigned the attribute, set attribute, to be a int, so it should presumably be storing it as an int, and then I can load it back up as an int. And then I feel like I can do an extra stage here. Namely, I don't know whether this is going to exist or not. Anybody doing stuff with Console H this morning will be recording things where they're saving the settings, but they won't have saved this stuff yet. So I need to deal with a null return. What up with this? Is that something that we... Okay, comparison between null and non-pointer. W's an int. Interesting that it's figured that much out. Well, if it's an int, we can use this code to just make the int be a given number. So what that means is hang on. I thought I could triple click it or something, but that is not true. Instead, we do this stuff, not checking to see if it's null, but checking to see if it is a number that isn't the number we want. If it's less than 8 or larger than that, then we make it be the default width. Thank you, Andre. JREL, I believe it is, yes. I believe I'm using my sort of sign-based pan thing for it. Had to think about it because there is a bit shift pan coming. Bit shift dual pan specifically. Which is not perfect, but it is, it's got a thing going on. Unlike doing the dithering to floating point, it's trying to do things only in increments of 6.08 dB. But since it's a dual pan, it's adding two things together. So in theory, it's producing stuff that is not messing with mantises, but then at the same time, it's possible that it will do things that get a little bit weirder. I don't know what that's going to mean, but I do know that it'll be minimum processing for that one, whether it's actually the correct answer or not. Bearing in mind that you can simply use double precision math or indeed floating point math and amend all of these things, and normally that gets by just fine. Let's see where we're at. Let's do the height version. And that one's 375. It's a default state. So that should actually work. It is not impossible that that'll just straight up work. We're loading the thing in and the height, and we're reading it using getInt attribute because it's an int, so that seems correct. Harmless typo there. We're sanity checking what we loaded to make sure that it's a real number rather than something too crazy. And then if it is, we are assigning it to Airwindows look and feel. And update host display should be calling stuff in plugin editor that uses what we need to see. It said this is where you'd set a aspect ratio thing, but Juice was not successfully doing that in my experience. There's too many ways to resize something that's marked resizable. The host will let you have an additional resize thumb, and that overrides anything inside the plugin, so you simply can't make it behave. That might be done. This is also where I would add anything else that needs updating, so I can think about what also gets included. Like I can set a timer and it can keep track of how long the plugin has been open forever, all the time it's ever open. And then it saves that to the settings file along with the size of the window and the settings of all the controls so that the plugins can grow old and yellowed given enough months and years of working on them. And you can find out for yourself whether you're like in the Fleetwood Mac rumors scenario of you've been recording and re-recording onto these tracks so much that they have fallen apart. I'm not going to do that, but it would be funny as heck. There are a number of comedy things that I don't do. Hey, Chad. This is actually continuing to work on console H. There might be something fairly simple that I can do which will make it better. If that's true, then I can fire off another build and it'll make another release, and that will overwrite, this time not because the initial release was broken. Funnily enough, this is exactly the same place in the code that I had to add for console X when it came out and was broken. But this is probably not broken. We will see, for one thing, whether we can set and get attributes defining string directly in this function. Because with our loop here, we're setting new attributes based on converting a string to numbers and generating a string within each one. But if it's just adding two known things, like width and height, I can probably just do it. Let's find out. Ooh, indeed. That's interesting, and I'm sure you're correct. Yeah, Ardor would need to close and reopen the plugin window to update some of that stuff. Oh, interesting. What's going on here? Undefined symbol. But only one. Also, I'm having a little trouble finding where it's... When I'm doing this in Godot, it tells me what line it's on. It is not being cooperative in terms of that. Pity. Well, but that said, maybe it will show me in the code somewhere. Or maybe I did something without thinking of it. See, here's where we can set Airwindows look and feel. And we're including plugin editor H. Plugin editor H does include Airwindows UI H. That's where it's getting Airwindows look and feel. Plugin processor, on the other hand, what's going on with this? So I'm still wondering whether I have to come up with some other kind of workaround for this one. It's very interesting that we're not able to attach to this. And yet it's not showing. Oh, no, build it again, see what it does. Nope, it doesn't like that. Do I have an underscore in there somewhere? This is weird. I'm trying to read this stuff and see what it says. It's definitely not doing as good of a job as Godot does at pointing out exactly what went wrong and where. Referenced from, okay, so plugin processor, that's where I'm working, so fair. And it's not finding that symbol. What that tells me is we can connect to all of this stuff, but there is some further workaround to get it to talk to Airwindows UI. I need to be able to update this. See, it's being highlighted everywhere that it appears. But there is something of a concern with not being allowed to use that reference to get to user width and user height. And I'm going to want to figure out what that is. Could it, because I'm talking to Airwindows UI elsewhere. Like this is all internal ID. It's C++. Juices is C++. So we're including plugin processor H, we're including plugin editor H, but we're not including Airwindows UI H. Maybe that's all it needs. When we include that, that's supposed to be also including Airwindows UI, and yet it might not be a good thing to include too many weird extra stuff. And then here's the H file for plugin processor. It doesn't include anything. So how are we going about referring to stuff in Airwindows UI from inside here? And it's fairly easy to tell. There's an audio to UI message that gets used. I'm not sure whether there is a UI to audio message. I only know that plugin processor, this is the audio code. So it's doing stuff a little bit more complicated. It is possible that I could define audio messages for we've just resized the window. So there's a couple of things that I can experiment with here. Because this is me honestly not knowing how to work around this one. It's getting the undefined symbol. So we don't get to do this the way I'm trying to do it. But it's not complaining a bit. So one of the things that we can do is see which of these makes it upset. Like, excuse me. If we do this in both places, actually, we don't need to do that. If it doesn't find the attribute, it doesn't. So if we do that, that should build. It's no longer trying to reference that stuff. That is true. If there was a setting to allow the background image to be stretched to the window, it would make that possible. Also, if you had the background image stretchable to the window, that interpolation setting would come into play, and you'd get to choose between bicubic or bilinear or nearest neighbor interpolations, because it would operate on that basis. Oh, have you made a shaded gradient background? Cool. One thing you can do with regard to that is if you have a fairly consistent size, you can just make backgrounds that are as much height or as much width as you would need. And it'll simply do those and tile them. So as long as it's up to the point that you need, that'll be fine. So we just built and succeeded. Let's uncomment an if statement and see if it becomes upset. Build. It doesn't like referring to Airwindows look and feel in any way. That's because that is not part of the audio thread. So this begins to get into a Chesterton's fence situation. What I'm seeing is that it refuses to let me do this, and I know the reason is because these variables don't exist on the audio thread. You're supposed to send messages back and forth to do that. If I go to Plugin Editor, or possibly Airwindows UI, but probably Plugin Editor, we may be able to scroll down enough to find the spot where it sends or receives messages. Value changed. So that's UI to audio push message. And so is this. It's all UI to audio. So what's happening is when you change stuff in the UI, it's sending these messages to essentially a whole separate copy of this information that sits around on the audio thread. Nice lupin metal texture. So we get to update track properties, and then it calls repaint. Here it looks like a two-way communication. So audio to UI message is new value. This probably, it can grab the knobs away from the user, so we're not doing that, but that's weird. And then we have all these other audio to UI messages that have to do with the metering. And then increment does these things. It fires off regularly. It also updates the blinky knobs. Oh, sending messages is going to be way the hell slower than editing memory. What I'm going to be doing basically is trying to Visa has got the idea there. I think this is about being multi-threading safe. So sending messages would be a heck of a lot slower, but I don't think I need to worry about that so much. So I'm just gazing into the fire, seeing that it is still working. Also, I think that kettle on top of the stove still has some water in it, so that's cool. I feel like I can kind of see it. Messages are most definitely for the knobs. See, it's going back and forth between these two locations. And what I'm running into here is that I'm not getting to refer to user width from here. I'm not getting to refer to Airwindows UI from here. I do wonder whether, like, that should be literally the plugin size itself. I think that's what we've got. Yeah, see these. We got our display height, we got this and that. We've got that and this. Here's where we're loading a bunch of settings, so that's relevant and interesting. There's our custom background code. So user width and user height. And there we're declaring those values. These are not, these are the graphics only. These are the meter only. And then none of this is actually doing anything with the window. I'm not sure if we have access to objects like the window from here. We have objects like juice itself, but these are just additional routines being called by the UI. So this is the part that's actually running. And in here we don't have Airwindows UI, except for that we do, because include means write a copy of this at the top of this file. Yeah, Visa, some of that stuff I don't get to choose because this is running off of the juice system. It's being implemented by Sudara's Pample Juice, which makes it a lot more manageable. So yeah, update track properties. So I feel like in Plugin Processor there was a place where I was able to run update track properties. Yeah. So here's how this works, and it may be a way of working around this stuff. Plugin Processor has its own version of update track properties. Here's the editor version. It needs to run in editor space, the visuals thread, and that does these things. But we also need to talk to that within the audio thread in order to get relevant information. That's not dissimilar to what this is like. And we've got various other things like has editor, so on and so forth. Oh, okay, that's dumb. That just automatically returns true unless you've told it not to. Fair. So update track properties needs to refer to a local copy called properties. I don't know what we're really doing with this, but it might be something that we can adapt. So in the get and set state information, what I'm wondering is whether I can do editor, pointy arrow, Airwindows look and feel, and get access, bidirectional access to altering these variables. Failing that, I can make a routine that's just for updating the user width and height. That would work. It would be a little messy, but it would work around it. Visage? Oh, yeah, right. Visage music. I probably said Visa by mistake. Don't mind me. So this line of code gets to be in processor space, plugin processor space, meaning audio space. This stuff runs. So if that works, what happens if we try to do editor Airwindows look and feel instead? Namely, interesting. Oh no, it's a private member, never mind. I stand corrected. That's not a public thing you can do. It is a private member. Well, what if we do update window size? We'll make a special routine just for updating the window size rather than piping it through this stuff. And then put it in here somewhere. Ooh, also, this talk of processor ref, what that means is we get to declare things here. I could also call it plugin just to make things even more clear that we're talking about the overall and closing object with these various threads in it. And I don't think plugin is being referred to anywhere else. If this works, we may not have to go back and forth with this message sending. We'll be doing a call. These are all public things, so we get to refer to this. I don't know if it's going to want to be void, though. Maybe it is. Visa, did you not see the video? Go and download Console H. I can show you, like, literally right now what I'm trying to do. Yeah, dude, I had this going on last year. Watch this. Although hopefully it hasn't built and placed a broken plugin in there. We'll find out quickly enough. Yeah, Visa, check this out. Plugin that won't just try scaling while trying to preserve its aspect ratio. Well, you can preserve the aspect ratio, sure, fine. But you can do this. Or you can do that. Or you can do that. So there you go. Go forth and download it. It is available. And yeah, the thing that was being talked about before was if you have a really narrow thing, it makes the window be kind of small, because I'm assuming you want a vertical layout like a channel strip that way. And if you have it really wide, well, then the window is also fairly narrow. Also, it doesn't draw the letters unless it's big enough to read them. But here's the thing. If you're on the channel, but you want to see the markings on the meter, what you have to do, watch the size of it, is simply have it be the right angle for doing it. It has to do with the aspect ratio. There's a sweet spot where the window is as large as it can be, and it is where the overall size of the plugin is big enough that it doesn't have to be squeezed because it's too narrow. But then also the aspect ratio of it is allowing for this part of the window to be the, like, this is the golden ratio section, this is the negative space of it. So any size that you pick that is the golden ratio width is maximum window size for the plugin. I don't know whether this can be built for Raspberry Pis. I know I'm building the plugin generic version for Raspberry Pi. It doesn't do this. So let's quit out of here and get back to what we were trying to do. So what I was doing was going update plugin size or something and going, am I sure I want to be making this a void? And we don't necessarily need to pass in like a properties ID or something, because that is a juice-ism. All we need to do is be able to pass in integers. I can call it with both of the, we can do it like this. I'm assuming you use commas to get around these. And I need a semicolon, but I don't need override because this doesn't exist in the juice code. Override would be meaningless here because override is when juice already has this stuff in it. But then you're saying override because you're going, I'm going to write my own code for this. Use that instead. And that's not what we're doing. But what we do need to do is go to the C file. See, now we have 2 errors rather than just 1. Actually, we already had 2 errors. And where we have update track properties, now we're going to put in a little more. We're going to do that, and it's going to give us, as long as we finish with this stuff. So there's where we do these things. I think that's, why is it leaving this here? Okay, we're good. It had that selected as if it expected me to do something else. But clearly that was wrong. So here's where we get to call a corresponding thing in editor. Do I have this defined in editors? I do not. So check that out. This is void update track properties, properties override. But there can be also a analogous thing in here. And I don't know whether I need to, like this update track properties is a void with nothing to call. And that's because you get to refer to track properties that exists in processor from here. So we're learning a little more about this bit by bit. Plugin processor contains track properties, but also plugin width and plugin height. So if we went and did the same thing, we'd have this local version not being passed any objects of any kind. And then plugin editor, update window size. And yeah, we could repaint in there too. Would be working kind of like this. So update plugin size. So we'll kind of copy this stuff and then alter it. Bada-boom. So that is a update plugin size routine. But it's doing stuff. However, processor ref, rather than referring to track properties, let's try to refer to plugin width and plugin height. And here we get to talk to Airwindows look and feel. So bit by bit we progress. We're talking between kinds of thing. So opt. Okay, so that does not actually work because it's just straight up an int. Fine. It's just an int. Was meaning to drag that. Can you let me drag the thing? Thank you. Put it there. So that might be a legal term. This stuff, not so much. But we can repeat the behavior. I'm going to want to sanity check this too. And then we don't have that part. And then let's do this, but then let's override it with a sanity check before we call repaint, because this might be the point where processor if passes in like a 0 or something dumb. So let's find out what we can do about that. We'll copy this code over and delete the parts we don't need. Boop. There, that seems about right. So if we do that, we can pass in plugin width and plugin height and even repaint it. We call update plugin size and it does it. Where do we go about needing that? We also have to do it in the other direction, but that might be easier or it might not be. Ooh, look, there's update plugin size that we're not using. So where do we call that? Goodness gracious me. We're making a big mess. Well, we can kind of follow this language. We'll change it to the plugin type behavior, but so what happens there is, let's see. So let's see, what have we put here? We put plugin width and plugin height. So that lives in this world. So in that case, so see how that's kind of like track properties equals properties? But in that case, property is getting passed into this one. In this case, width and height are being passed into this one. I'm still a little unclear as to which direction we're sending information this way, but this is how we're sending information this way. And then here's where we don't get to do this stuff. We don't get to actually do that from there. So I will delete that. And then it's still going to complain more, but maybe I've... So this is all kind of to get something to put in one of these two places. I'm probably going to want to go in both of those places, but I don't know what I need to do in order to do it. But what I've just done with the update plugin size should make it possible to communicate in one of these places. I'm also contemplating like taking a break not for a cup of coffee, but for leaving one in its appropriate spot. Let me take a moment and do that. We'll open some weird music and play it using a oh, shouldn't need the effect stack for that though. See, I have a local version of this that works. In fact, the border of it is being drawn using my watercolor picture. It'll just play over the speakers, I don't care. Be right back. color meter. Hi, I'm back. I was thinking of trying to do more of this kind of stuff at some point. Not right now, though. Certainly moving into 2026. Turn of the year, I'm going to be looking to do more recording and music making than I have been, because it's been all about getting Console H ready. I mean, that's the thing, is I promised it. I also want to do Console X too, but that's more for my own purposes. That's more because I have my control surface with the joysticks on it and stuff, and I like to have a convenient way of just randomly recording and making and mixing music using the control surface that was originally got for the original Console X, and then just make it be... and the interesting metallic sounds may possibly have been my Rototom kit. I came back into the room and played with them a little bit. Here, I'll show you. So like I said, Rototom kit. Rototom kit. I ended up not having it on my actual kit, so I set it up as hand drums. Rototom, yes. Rototom. That may be the metallic sounds you were talking about. Anyway, let's get back to this. Although if there are further questions on Rototoms, I will answer. What I'm doing, however, is trying to figure out where this update plugin size business goes. Because we should be able to do the same thing Update Track Properties is doing. In fact, we should be able to call this from inside any other of these routines. So, for instance, if this is to send new information to the plugin, what it should do, see, I may be able to make this go bidirectionally already. And it only confuses matters worse that it's get and set state information, but I feel like it's reversed. So copy XML to binary. This is where you send the information to let's quickly uncomment. So we can't ever use Airwindows look and feel user width, but we've got a plugin width and a plugin height. I don't know whether they are updated with the information we need, but here is where we start just using these. Oh, I screwed up. Don't mind me. I'll fix that in a moment. I think I inadvertently got rid of a parenthesis like that. So what this should do is write this variable to the XML file. I don't know whether I have that variable being the right thing, but that's another question. At least that is, well, no, that lives in plugin processor, doesn't it? Well, there's bound to be something in track properties. In any case, we get to have those be there, meaning that I also get to have plugin height be there. So if we can send, and if we can't send the information, it will force it to be 618 and 375 because we do have the insanity checks in there. So we might have all the pieces now. I'm not really sure, but we might have all the pieces. So if these variables get to become the final window size when we start moving plugin editor around, if we can pass those pieces of information on into plugin processor, and I think in editor there's a way to do that. Well, I mean, the real reason long double versus double doesn't make any interest in sound is that double is enough. And the only reason float isn't enough is because it's about 24-bit at the loudest parts of the sound, which is pretty close to being enough, but you work enough with it and you start losing a little tiny something. Double is way beyond that, so double is already enough. You don't actually get to further places in any platform with long double. Only reason I ever use it is for the places where I'm not doing much else with it and I just want to do the overkill. So let's see. Here's where we can do this to load up W and H's width and height, and then we call update plugin size from in here. And we are calling that, so we're going to, rather than have that be, we're just going to straight up say W and H instead. Oh, that is actually incorrect. That should be correct. So if we do that, we are now calling the one in plugin processor, which is calling the version in the editor. So it's passing the information along only when that's needed. So that's probably got the information from the one place to the other. And I keep doing the insanity checks, which is, I think, correct. So now what I need to do is find out where track properties gets updated, because it ain't up here, but it's going to be in here somewhere. So when we refer to processor ref, plugin width and plugin height, that's how we apply this to the actual thing. But we have to send Airwindows look and feel user width and user height over to processor web. So it's like, I also need to make it go processor ref plugin width equals Airwindows look and feel user width in the correct place. And that correct place might be in resize. It might be there. After all, here's where we're repositioning everything. So resize type stuff sits around in the UI thread. So if the first thing we do is pass it on to the processing thread, just in case you need to save from there. And let's look back down here, the inverse of it. So this is the routine that gets called in here to send information to the new user width and user height, at which point we call repaint. But scooch up to the top here, and this is probably, let's see, I say probably and then I stop talking. Don't necessarily need to do anything in Paint, but I feel like resized may be a relevant place for doing this. And when I say doing this, what I mean is we have access to all of these things. So and so now we have a bidirectional thing now that's going either way. And when we do resized, we are working with a new, are we? Area get local bounds. Are we updating Airwindows look and feel user width and height or not? That's a very good question. I don't know if we're going by that. So plugin editor has this various stuff. We have Airwindows look and feel that is getting things like width and height, but it's mostly about drawing the sliders and things. Here's where we get to override the width and height with stuff from, which does work. It does successfully override the width and height if you punch in custom values. It'll force it to be that. So straight up updating user width or user height forces it to become the new thing. What do we do with it at that point? Well, there's where that lives. So we've got that, and we assign it. Oh, hello. New width and new height get int value. At what point are we applying that? Oh, hang on. No, that's just from here. That's not part of juice either. That's a string, is what that is. So that's weird. So this is not actually where we are sizing the window. It could be anything. There's no special purpose or meaning for the variable new width. That's just something I made. It's a string get int value. Wild. Okay. So user width, user height get to be these, but I think we're simply assigning those elsewhere. I keep looking for stuff that lives in juice. This is not stuff that lives in juice. So somewhere in here, we're setting the size of the window. And I want to look and see where that happens, because we're changing some of those things now. And I fear I'm only changing them where it's not making new information. So color, knob mode, apply tilt, alpha interpolation, color, image, another image. None of that, none of that, none of that, none of that. Here's things that live inside Airwindows look and feel. Here's routines that live in Airwindows UI. Airwindows look and feel contains the variables user width and user height. So where are we actually creating this damn window? Are we creating the window? Or is something else happening that we don't know about? Maybe up top? Alrighty. Set resizable. Here's where we're making a window, probably. There's the host track color. There's update track properties. If we have to call that there, then maybe we also need to call the update window sizes stuff. I don't know. Where do I even find that? Update plugin size. So that's interesting. This suggests that we override it with what's in processor ref. But it shouldn't be. We shouldn't be getting anything from here. We should be passing graphical information into here. So that's weird and challenging. Ooh, or is it? Is processor ref where we're loading the... Hang on. Okay, that makes no damn sense. Why do we have plugin process? Why do we have getting and loading? Where's the hat? Hold on. This time I don't even actually have to wear the headphones. Last year I don't think I wore those headphones. Last year I think I wore earbuds. Here's your hat. So, get state information and set state information seem to live in the audio code. That's crazy to me, and yet that's what it is. I don't know why these live here. But, if they live here and this is where it loads all of the parameters and things, well, I guess that it's just... If that's where you get all your parameters, that's where you get all your parameters. Who am I to say that that's dumb? Of course, from Airwindows, obviously, that's why I can say it's dumb. Maybe I can hang the hat on something. Or not. There's no especially good place to hang it. I could hang it on the camera. Could throw it in the fire. No, I'm not going to do that. I will doubtless have something else good next year, so we can do this again. Alrighty. Let's assume that we can only load new settings from the audio thread. I don't know why that would be, but if so, see where it says update track properties? We can also do update plugin size. Just like that. And then we're doing add and make visible and placing all of the knobs and controls and things. So this may build at this stage. I think I took out all the stuff that was, I stand corrected. That says 0. Nope. It gave me a little error marker that said 0 next to it, and then it was fine. So now we get to see, firstly, what happens. Let's not do Twisted Wave. I don't think Twisted Wave saves settings. Let's do Reaper. So here's our plugin. And if we open and close it, it should be able to do the default size just like it's doing. See, there's your guitar one again. Now in theory, if we set it to a different size, so it moved a little bit, but that did not successfully remember the size and shape, which may be a bit of a mercy. So imagine if you had a size and shape like that. That'd be terrible. So we don't have this working successfully, not yet. But one thing I could do is see what happens if I just straight up quit rather than closing the window. Save project before closing. Why, yes, I will save that. And now we get to see what happened. Did it remember? It did not. Okay, so we don't have it. We do not have it. Do we have a good fire? As far as things to have. Not really. I could throw another log on there. I know people who understand this kind of thing, so there's a fallback position, but it's not going to be today. Everybody that I know about, especially Sidara. Sidara would probably know all about this and have the answer already. Or maybe not. So the thing with Sidara is he's doing a really cool synthesizer that I'm looking forward to buying and using. But it may not be resizable, that's the thing. I can't assume that people will be doing the stuff that I'm doing because often the stuff that I'm doing is too challenging and doesn't actually work, or at least isn't being used. It's like whoever that was in chat who was going like, oh, can you do a thing that isn't stuck to one aspect ratio? And I'm like, yes, I can. That's exactly what I did. Only thing is that's so hard to do that's why nobody did it. So yeah, here we have not able to remember the resizings. Make it be this small, and it just goes right back. AI does do that, yeah. You're just going to have to get used to people talking nonsense. Like, come on. I am in the United States in the year 2025. You gotta be used to people talking nonsense. What can I tell you? So, it just does not work. But why does it not work? It's a quick way to access processor. So it doesn't crash. This stuff just doesn't do anything. Not yet. So there's parameters in here. Ooh, also I can do a little testing on this. We can find out where it's going wrong by doing a little detective work. See, we can make this go in a couple of different ways. Here's one of them. We can have it set attributes. And instead of worrying about that stuff, let's have the width be 200. And the height be 200. So if we run this and open and close plugins, and it's 200 and 200, that means it's able to read from the XML file, but it's not writing to it correctly. Or at least it's not we're not working with the plugin width correctly. So here we go, and this should run. We're not actually doing any new code, we're just testing which parts of the code are broken. So what's going to happen now is I fire up Reaper and open and close some windows. When I do that, if the size of the new windows are always a little tiny square of 200 by 200, that means it's able to read XML files now. And we can't but try, so let's find out. I don't know whether that is true, Pink Sounds. I'm in a position to find out because some of my programmer friends in the audio industry are experienced coders, and some of them are doing that and some of them are not. So let's see what we got here. Alrighty. That is default size. Let's close it and reopen it. It's not reading from the XML file. I don't know whether it's writing to the XML file. So this didn't do what I thought. Let's find out if we're updating plugin size. If we update plugin size with 200 and 200, then it doesn't matter what the XML file says. This part will be able to update the size of the plugin. Now we can find out about that. It's the next stage. So if this works, it'll run through the tags, it'll run through the parameters, it'll be looking for a getting an attribute with these names to it, which we're trying to write there. And then whether it successfully gets them or not, it'll make the plugin 200 by 200. If that works, we're able to set the size of the plugin from set state information, because we're basically ignoring what the XML file has in it and just going, no matter what it says, make them a tiny square. Let's find out if they're a tiny square. Are you a tiny square? You're not a tiny square yet. Haha. Yeah. So calling that did not update the size of the window. So for all we know, maybe it's doing the XML stuff fine at this stage. We don't know. So that part may be fine. We are calling editor update plugin size, and it is not working. We're calling it with these values. We're updating the local version of this. That's what we just did. Then we're calling editor update plugin size, and that is updating there. We've just updated these variables, which are part of plugin processor. You go back over to here. Here's editor. Here's editor update plugin size. What does it do when it's at home? Let me just grab the thumb. It's a hard to see thumb, but let's grab the thumb, drag it all the way down. So that is supposed to update Airwindows look and feel with processor ref plugin width and height, which we would have just updated. Let's pretend that doesn't matter. Now, if we call this, it tries to make it the tiny square, no matter what. At some point, we're going to get to where it's doing something. It's just a question of when it needs to do that thing. Let's give that a try. So now we're updating what's in Airwindows look and feel directly. If we call this, we are reassigning these to be 200. That should be a part of resize. We're going to see whether it does anything. Hey, Chad. I'm glad to hear it. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. Are we getting our tiny squares? We need tiny squares. Bring me tiny squares. I haven't checked to see whether it produces the clap plugin. I should really do that. Do we have tiny squares? We do not have tiny squares. Doing that didn't do it either. Manually setting Airwindows look and feel, size and height, it's not resizing the plugin. Something else is happening somewhere. Okay, so we can call resized. So yeah, that don't work either. Fancy that. So manually updating Airwindows look and feel is of no use. And yet I believe it's being used in calculation. So where do we get access to this and how do we force it to update? We've got a resized control. The part that weirds me out is I don't think it's reading that. I think we're forcing it back as soon as we resize. And I don't understand how that works. So if we go all the way to the top of this, here's resized. This is causing processor ref plugin width to automatically snap. So let's get frisky. If we are not updating that, area local bounds, area get height, area get width, we're not actually working from Airwindows look and feel user width and user height. Maybe it's area that's causing all of this to happen and none of this is actually let's see what everything else, we've left everything the way it is. Area is get local bounds. Maybe it's as simple as this. Maybe at no point were we ever updating anything. That needs to have a, it's a void. Bada boom. Now let's see what we're looking at. Resized is what's getting called when we're actually moving stuff around, but we may have never been updating any of these, meaning that they all sit at the default value without ever being changed. They're just getting passed around, but resized has been manually doing all of this calculating without ever changing, but that can't be true either, can it? See, here's what's screwing me up at the moment. Plugin Editor has a creation thing in it. It's got all this other stuff, yeah, but it has a creation thing in it. And we can manually type in new values. Chad, I'm very happy that Console H is working on FL Studio. That would be the hope. That would be the hope. So editor, set resizable. Set look and feel, maybe assigning the size of the window. I know we're able to spell out the size of the window, and that was working with Console X, and that should be working here. I can actually test that. Hi, can you open Airwindows Globals? I just asked you to. Apparently not. Weird. I thought I'd be able to open that like that. I stand corrected, but I can open it like this. So, there was another. Oh, it couldn't find globals examples? Fine. Globals examples is somewhere. Hang on. It's going to be kind of cumbersome. But here's how you do this. There. That's how you tell all the Console H channels to be a certain width. That's all I had going on in, I don't know what this is going to do, but I can save this and we can build this. And then we can see what happens to Reaper. Taking a little too long to scan Console H channel each time. That's fine. Alrighty, so this may very well be, it is not skinnier. I thought I spelled that out. I can look at the code, however, to see what it means. So if we do that, and then we close the window, and then we open the window, it is not doing the thing. So let's bail out of here, seeing as none of that works. And go and find how I'm supposed to be updating this manually from Airwindows Globals, because that's worked before. And I don't know why it isn't working this time. I do know I can leave that out for the moment. And I should be able to, in plugin editor, it's probably where, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe it's in Airwindows UI. I feel like Airwindows UI just has strictly meter drawing code and stuff. Like this is literally all of meter at this stage. There's not that much going on. Runs efficiently. So plugin editor. That's going to be a no. It's not going to be in plugin processor. I know that much. Those are just knobs. That's just resized. Yeah, none of that's any good. None of that's the least bit of good. This is no good. This is audio code. Let's go back to the Airwindows stuff. Okay, so here, this is what I was looking for. I should be able to spell out the name of the plugin with width on it and then force them to be a particular size. I feel like that's supposed to work. See here in the H file, it says user width equals new width get int value, and then it restricts it to be only sane values. Well, I have a better way. Alrighty. So if that makes a little tiny postage stamp size plugin, then at least we understand something. H for hip hop. The idea is you are reinventing sounds. It's like if people were working with samples and things, making them be new stuff. Hip hop is like the way that they reinvented the Roland 303. 303 was meant to be a bass guitar, and it failed really bad at bass guitar, but then they invented acid techno. Hip hop is all about reinventing stuff. Back to Reaper. Let's see if we finally see our little postage stamp sized console H channels. Whoa. Where are you even getting those? I swear to God, I thought I had just updated that. We built console H channel. I thought I had updated that so that it would default to being like 200 by 200, which would be like yay big. And it is not doing it. We can turn the UI off. Wild. Okay, so what do I got to, who do I got to blow in order to get this thing to be a different size? That is intense. I no longer have any idea what's happening. Oh, wait, hang on. I know why that didn't work. It was a legal number. That's why. Okay. Alrighty. See, it said if user width is less than 8 or larger than 16.836. I thought that was going to help, but no, it never got to that point. Fine. Now let us see whether we can make this be little postage stamp sized guys. If these are 200 by 200 plugins, I found a place where I can actually edit this and make it do a thing. Wow. I'm gobsmacked. I'm actually stunned. Nothing I do is the correct place to set the size of this window. This window is being forced to be this size in a place I can't find. Well, that's a likely story. No, I'm going to find it. Okay, so we set these here. They're defined there. We don't get to override it there, so that doesn't matter. I've been looking for Airwindows globals.txt and trying to load XML documents to be able to override. Well, I'll try user width. Maybe we can just brute force it. Brute force it. It's supposed to be able to do this. Now we're causing all Airwindows plugins to be 200 by 200. See, I'll do this too. There. All Airwindows plugins are to be 200 by 200. I have spoken. We'll hit save. I'll try Twisted Wave. Maybe Twisted Wave is able to deal with it any better. Alrighty. Is that 200 by 200? It is not. That is its normal size. I thought I had this code working. Console channel. Oh, hello. That looks to be 200 tall. It didn't start out like that. I got something to work. Neat. How about if, since it is overall, we'll open up an older one. We'll open up the original meter. Hey, that is also being forced to be tiny. What it wants to be is like this, but we're forcing it to be tiny. Neat. Also, I feel like that's narrower than it expected to be, too. So we are forcing the size to be a certain size. These are all now the same. Oh, looky there, all of a sudden. Now they are literally just what I told them to be. We've opened up 3 console H's. They are all compelled to be 200 by 200. Neat. I'm not sure why it suddenly was slow to do that. Let's see if Reaper does the same thing. We're finally finding the place where it's forcing it to be a size. Hey. So we succeeded. But did we succeed using this? You now have, everything has to be 800 by 800. As soon as I take these out, it'll stop forcing them to be things again. But we're going to try to see whether we're successfully updating everything. I'm willing to say that's 800 by 800. How about you? That means we're able to pass these values in. Can we also pass in forgive me, I'm doing dumb silly things. Sometimes that's just the way of it. Speaking of dumb silly things, that should change the value of some of the LEDs to blue since it's not answering my requests for width and height updates. Am I framing this correctly? You're supposed to be able to punch in the specific plugin types. Hit save. If it's saved, it should be reloading it. That is not updated in blue. I've got the size correct, but it's not updated in blue. What the hell? Well, I know one place I can look. I had example files in here. In fact, I think I can download these and it'll show me the example files. And it is the Airwindows stuff that I didn't include this time. So here's what we're looking at. If I look in here, I should be seeing examples. And these are meant to be examples. My examples don't appear to have the dedicated, these are just variations. This is what I wanted at all. Huh. I had this working before. That's the part that's messing with my head. I really truly had this working, and I was using it on console X. The trouble is, it's not acting like it's working. May take a, oh, actually no, that's still going just fine. For some reason I thought I needed to throw another log on the fire, but perhaps not. So yeah, I thought this was the way that I got to using dedicated settings for particular types of plugins. I thought that's what you had to do. If it is, this should override the red color with blue, or the sizes with whatever size I choose. I had this in console X. See, there's my control surface, which I'm now repurposing. Colors of all these knobs are different now because they're basically serving the purpose of Pointy Deluxe. And then, let's see. So Airwindows Globals, it's claiming that you can, it's going to be in here. We can but try. So let me make that, and then maybe throw these other things away because they weren't helpful. If I go into here, here's the folder, here's the globals examples. Does this include the way I was doing it? Bloody hell, it does not. I know I was doing this. I had code that was doing this. This is what I'm looking at right now. I had code that was doing this. In fact, I'm looking at the code that would be doing this. You're supposed to be able to specify what kind of thing you're wanting to update. Named. Named is what you need to use to do that. And it's doing the base, which is user or whatever. And then there is a follow-up one where it's looking for named width or named height or named font or named color, and you're supposed to be able to specify the plugin, the name of the plugin. You're supposed to be able to specify the name of the plugin. So how do we go about doing that? Yeah, start with juice plugin name and depend width or height or font or whatever. Is that what I'm doing? Are we looking at juice plugin name first of all? Oh, maybe it needs to be lowercase. I suppose we can find out. After all, user is lowercase. That seems obnoxious if it's true, but if this works, then juice plugin name with color appended, juice plugin name was lowercase. If this doesn't work, that wasn't the case at all. Near as I can figure. Oh, hang on. Do I have these all with a space in them? Is that why it's misbehaving? Console 9 bus doesn't have spaces in it. I have frickin' spaces in it. Well, that explains a lot. Doesn't make me happy, but makes this simpler. Back to full caps. I needed to use what I was seeing in the top of the window there. There. So I earnestly apologize for that because this is annoying. It's too big to fit in PCB rack. If this works, then LEDs will be blue. That's not them being blue yet. Oh, did I not build it? I better build it. Let's kind of try to start everything over. Nothing I like so much as starting everything over. So what do I do about this space issue then? Yeah, it's absolutely trying to start with the name of the plugin, and the names of these plugins have spaces in them, which may or may not actually break the XML. We're going to find out. In fact, let's go even harder. I don't like that it keeps throwing weird tabs everywhere. That's annoying. We're going to go harder. If that works, not only are the LED... Oh, hang on. That's not LED color I'm updating. That was setting the entire color to blue, which I guess there is not such a color. I could be wrong. Fine. Update that. I don't know why I'm hitting Command B. This is not an operating system, nor is it a compiler. I need to hit S for this one. I don't know why I'm opening Twisted Wave either, but it will at least show me something, maybe. Maybe. Who can say? Who can even say? This is just one of them days, isn't it? Effect stacks, console H. It is using the, oh, and look at that. Console H bus. No space in the name here. Console H channel. No space in the name here. These are doing full size, but they are not responding to the smaller sizes. Not a bit of it. So what they should be doing is reading this just like that. They should be looking for that and not care about the other stuff. If it works, they'll be tiny and the LEDs will be blue. Hit save. We'll just do twist to wave again. Should work the same either way. And this spec stack, it is not, well, hang on. No. Okay, that time it listened. See if Reaper listens. We are still in that strange mode of all the plugins are being told to be 800 by 800 except for Console H channel. For instance, here's an 800 by 800 Console H bus. But if we do Console H channel, this one is not responding. And this one has a space in its name. Oh dear. My brain's exploding. I feel like there may be a kind of answer to that, which is that the names within the track are being assigned to be different depending upon whether it's running the 32-bit or the 64-bit bus. I don't know why that would happen. That makes no damn sense at all. But it suggests if we can in fact override that stuff so that even if there are different names depending upon what the bus is, and that's not supposed to be happening. It's not supposed to be that, and it's shipped like that, which is not going to break anything for anybody, I don't think. I bet nobody's even trying to run Airwindows. That's going to screw up Airwindows big time if you don't pick it out right. So then the following question is, can you supply a named plugin name with a space in it, or does it just break? You can supply a named plugin name with a space in it. In fact, I can see that the LEDs are tiny little guys, and they are blinking in blue. So yeah, it is able to accept that name. And it's forcing everything to be tiny. Okay. Now we have two problems, or more. So if we do this, Twisted Wave can find it. If we put in the space, Reaper can find it. That needs to not be doing that thing. I wish I knew what was going on. Though I do know we don't want to force that in any way. User width and user height for all Airwindows plugins seems like a bad idea, unless you want to make everything be like tiles in a panel on your screen, and all the tiles have to be the same size, then maybe it makes sense. Maybe there's a juice thing where I can remove spaces from a string. So why would named plugin name be different? Well, this stuff doesn't even have separate versions. You know what has separate versions? Plugin Processor has separate versions. Supports double precision processing. So this is the only part that's different on different buses. I mean, the thing with Console H is you shouldn't even have to resample them. Just use it to do stuff. By the way, Giphy, I am not observing. If you... I'm trying to think of the one. If you can't listen to Beastie Boys' Sure Shot and be like, well, that's kind of cool, then I don't understand you at all. So let's see, where are we at? Here is the C. Here is process block. This is the floating point process block. Where does it tell the plugin what its name is? That makes no sense. Oh no! Ye's been in trouble in recent years. So that's almost as bad as being like, I shit on all rap. Oh boy. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get this. We're returning supports double precision processing. Yeah, seeing the Sure Shot is the one that has that cool little flute sample. Where does this even tell the plugin what its name is? This makes no damn sense. I don't know why it would be reading one name for one kind and another name for another. Oof. This is all audio code. None of this is tell the plugin what its name is code. Oh, well, that's a little different. Still none of this is tell the plugin what its name is code. Oh, have a look at the CMake lists for this. So here's where it can possibly tell itself that its project name has a space in it. See, it says project name and product name. It needs various things. Some of these are specifically said like, oh, hey, you can put spaces in this part if you want. And at one point I was like, why, sure, I'll have a space. And then I was like, no, let's not have any spaces in there. So this is part of the whole build file stuff. Funniest thing, I don't know whether it's doing what it's doing locally on the global version. It might not even be concerned with sticking a space in the middle of things. It might be having to do with local builds. Speaking of which, if it has to do with local builds, there is something that I can do that'll clean it up. It shouldn't be making multiple product names. And I can't find in here, can I search across the entire project? Probably not. Okay, so we got 2 matches in there. No matches in there. No matches in there. I don't think I can search in that. Oh, now I've just lost control of Xcode. You know what? Heck with you, Xcode. You're being a jerk. Give me my stuff back. There, now it's organized a little more sensibly for me. Here's what we do. Clean the build folder. It's working with some code from I'm not sure when. And I want to neutralize all of that and build it from scratch. Let's try. See, it's taking longer this time. That's because we're building more. Okay, having built this and now putting it in the place where it needs to go, now we try this and see whether the name of the plugin still has a space in it. It looks very much like it does. Look at that. Look at that. VST3 console H channel. Well, what happens if we make another one? We'll put it on here. And we'll add effects and we'll go in search of the same plugin that I'm supposed to be able to use now. Look at that. Now there's a space in these and not a space in this. What? Why is there a space in that? This is making me sad and very, very confused. What's it doing? Yeah, and this is what's out there in the world, too. It's daunting. Maybe I can find it in the code somewhere. And the funniest thing about it is that all of this is just me trying to work around that resizing thing, which is what I really wanted to do. Because if the resizing thing works, it shouldn't really matter very much whether it has a space in its name or not. Still, I am just gobsmacked here. Where even is that? Where even is that name? Where even is that name? I want to put another log in the fire. This is making me lose my crap. Oof. Berg. Old man grunts all day long. One thing I'm going to try to do, if nothing else, I want to find another place to change that plugin size that is not startup. We can make it start up at whatever size we want, and nobody's likely to be doing that. And we can't punch in the name, it's just that the punching in of the name is causing it to be all weird. In fact, I have two different forms for it. The pre and bus are doing a name with a space in it. I mean, the bus and channel have a space in it, and the pre does not, and I can't find where the space is. I can't find where that even was made. That's very frustrating. So is my kettle's dry. My kettle's dry. Time to acquire more steam. Here we are. Sound of steam. tell you, when Sidara comes back from his vacation, I'm going to be asking him about this name business. I'm particularly unhappy that the names are in 2 different forms and I can't find where to change them or fix them. I'm stuck with it. Especially since Rescript uses the name to access the plugin, that feels very ugly to me and I don't like it one bit. Oh boy. So where were we at? We were doing things like this. So all this code runs, it's just a question of does it do anything? By all means, feel human. I have no choice but to feel human some days. So where'd we leave off? We were looking at this stuff. Perhaps not literally that stuff. I bet it was over here. Yep. We were grappling with this endlessly. And figuring out how to make this do a thing. So let's see, here's where we get to punch in new sizes. This appears to be in the initialization of Airwindows look and feel. What that probably means is, look at me now trying to add the spaces. That probably means I can do this, then build. Okay, it went back. Fancy that. Maybe I went beyond the point where it was able to do anything. Don't need that. Well, we have reverted to acting normal again. So here's what's busting my bubble today. Let's assume that we can leave this the heck alone. Should be able to punch in hard-coded values that set this rather than, unless I'm missing something. So these are all default values. And we're having it run on this basis. We can replace user here with the full name of the plugin, including any space that is showing in its name. And it's bad to have spaces, and I don't know why it started doing that. I'm going to try to find a way to stop it. But at this stage, we put our Windows globals away because we've established that we can generate a plugin, but then cause it to be a different size. But all of a sudden, now we can't. Why? I should be able to override these like this. See, if we do this, we have our default behavior. We'll set it to build. And it should be returning zeros or nothing if nothing's being spelled out, meaning that it should go to these default values. So if I run Reaper, which is what I want to be running this stuff with anyway, that is back to normal behavior. These are the numbers that I had for it. Then if I override that, this is where formerly I didn't think that was going to be a concern, but we're feeding it user width of basically 0. And formerly, I was able to tell it to be 200 wide. If we can build this and it's now 200 wide rather than 600 wide, that means this part is working, and feeding a different user width in gives me a different window size. If it can't do that, weirder things are afoot. And look, that is a 618 window size. 200 would be like, yay. I'm trying to force it to be itty bitty window size. Not only that, we can get back into this mess. I always forget this part. Gotcha. And if we do this, it can force it to be 200. We can do that all day long. But hard coding it doesn't work. What even is going on? Oh, and it's also going to work for console H, the bus plugin, and everything else that I do, because that's now global. So we can force all the plugins to be 200 wide this way. Or not. I can just leave that off and it'll be fine. But we can't force them like this. Or how about... Is this even where we assigned that? There. There is user width equal 200. No reference to get int value. We'll build from there. Like, where am I plugging in these values? Where is it doing this stuff? There is our forcing everything to be 200. I can update it to 300 just for laughs. I think that made it be 300. And then if we lose this line of code, I don't know how to comment things out in XML, so it's cumbersome. If we lose that line of code, we're no longer having Airwindows globals doing anything. At which point, hey, we've got our default size and it's not reading from the file at all anymore. But when it reads from the file, it's able to read from the file and assign it. So how is it getting this? How are we getting to here? Is the big question. Well, actually, I did not I kind of have to quit Reaper before updating the plugin. Let's quickly build that now. And then we don't have a resize in here. But without anything using the audio units, I will build again, and then it should place the new audio unit in. It's possible that Reaper was using a cached version of it. It certainly takes long enough to scan for the new plugin each time it goes. So now that it's got the newly placed version of it, it's still in full size. I've told it to be 200 wide and it's not listening. And I'm pretty sure if I use Airwindows globals here to set a user width or console H space channel width, it'll honor that. It will let me assign that, but it's not letting me override the setting. And I don't understand why. See, we're literally setting it to be user width directly from there. This should be the same code that is assigning that size in the first place. See, new width, named width. We can do named width. It'll look for that. There we go. E gets string attribute value, at which point this is the mechanism that causes these things to be what they are. I don't understand how it's doing anything else. I should be able to tell it that user width has to be 200 no matter what. Like, where else is it saying 618? It's finding 618 somewhere. Display doesn't matter. Display is not the thing to be concerned about. So this is just draw linear slider code. This is draw rotary slider code, and this is paint code. None of this is actually drawing the window. These are drawing things in the window. This is the one that draws the window for the first time. Where is it insisting that it has to be drawn at 618 width? And yes, that is the golden ratio. That's why I chose it. We set it to resizable. We set look and feel. We're not bothering with update plugin size, but that's fine. Here we're instantiating meter. We're adding it and making it visible. Here we're making other stuff visible. What happens at the end of all that? Now we're setting size, which should call resized. Let's try doing stuff here. Let's put this stuff back so that it's what it was before. Maybe it's simply a matter of I have to be calling getSize to get any of this stuff to work. Okay, 618 by 375. That should be basic size again. Although I'm doing a dumb thing in that I should really be closing this first. I shouldn't be running audio plugins. I feel like if I'm running audio plugins, it'll hang on to the version of console H channel and not let me update it. But if I'm not running audio plugins, maybe it will let me update it. One can, but try. So hit save. This now doesn't have a size override. I feel confident that I guess I can double check it. But This should be giving me default size. It is. That's all fine. Now where do we go and find? Here's where we go and find. Can we do this? If we can't do this, can we set size 200? And does it lose its mind and go crazy if it does? Let's find out. But this might be the only place the size is ever manually set, and maybe I need to be calling this in the middle of some of the other stuff. Build. That's going to be inside... that's a good question. So we're here. I'm trying to find the invisible thumb of the... Up we go. That's inside the constructor. All this stuff is inside the constructor. Having built, let's see now what happens. We're overriding user width right there. And it is struggling to find the new plugin, but it's successfully done so. Now what do we got? Narrow or wide? It's not honoring reassigning that. So the next question becomes, what if we set size to a hard limit of 200? If you can't even make any sense out of that, what happens if we do this? Gotta do that. Can you set the size to be literally an unreasonable amount? What point is this? Oh, I found a thing. I'm not sure if it's going to help, but looky there, right in the bottom, it says host track name juice string console H channel. Let's see if it overrides and behaves any better now. I don't know why it would care. I don't know why it would be getting the plugin name from that either. I'm sure I don't have the plugin name with the space in it, but it's taking that for some reason. It's taking that and using it. It's crazy. That's completely crazy. All of this stuff is completely crazy. Hey, Grins, Merry Christmas. So let's find out two things. One of them is, will the name of the plugin now have not got a space in it? The other is, will the plugin be tiny? No. Set size isn't answering the size being... I don't know where it's getting this. Also, it's not overriding the size of the channel. That still has a space in it. So that's no help at all. See, here's our problem with that. It's shipped like this. If I do this, I've got a mix between these. These ones have a space in and this one does not. I don't know why. I don't know what to do to fix or change it. I can't find it in the code. I can't find it in C make lists, which is where that would have appeared originally. And I don't know what to do. And the plugins will run no matter what they think their name is. The plugins will run no matter what they think their name is. But anything fancy people do with like Rescript or whatever will require changes if I change this part. So I'd like to do that. See, nothing else is doing it. these are all the same. For whatever reason, I attempted to put a space in at some point in the development process, and then it just lost its mind and kept it forever for certain things. Ugh. My VSTs don't have that. Those act normal. So let's get out of here and figure out why is it specifying this particular like set size, user width. I've specified that to be exactly 200. It doesn't care. I'm basically going through here and trying to force it to be a different size without using Airwindows globals. I can do this using Airwindows globals if I have the name exactly right, or if it's a global setting for all of the plugins. But I can't make the code do it. Let's be real messy. This is an ugly, ugly hack. There. So new width is those letters. The named width is just plug in name with width appended. We don't have that represented in Airwindows Global, so it's not going to try to do it. I'm not trying to update this stuff to be the number 200 later. We're doing the thing that we do when it's doing it from Airwindows Globals of starting from this position of it's the string 200. The string 200. Let's build it and see if we got there. Because nothing we do can make this work other than working through Airwindows Globals, and I don't understand how that is. It's rescanning the plugin. It's always putting this window like over here on top of the OBS screen. Airwindows Global should work regardless of OS, and yeah, by all means we can. What do we got? Do we got the mini size? We do not. We do not. Are we simply not installing new VSTs ever? Are we doing literally all of this on a version that's sort of locked in the VST folder and can't be overwritten? That would make no sense at all. And yet I'm at a loss. Also, I feel like I've been changing it around in ways that aren't attributable to Airwindows Globals. I am deeply at a loss here. So it'll honor whatever I tell it to do in Airwindows Globals, but I'm not having any success at all, ever, with loading the new code in. Let's do another experiment. See, now we have multiple ways of telling it to be. See, now we're just straight up telling it like, okay, new width is literally only 200. Don't do anything else. Airwindows Globals does not have a local new width, so it should be taking that. I mean, I suppose I can experiment with this. So now we're doing all manner of stuff. Like we're telling it that the width has to be 200 in about 12 different places. I'm beginning to think that the only explanation is that we're not able to update these plugins in place anymore. Now, could that be that it's not letting it be updated simply because like OBS is running? OBS is running. OBS uses things like plugins and stuff, so OBS could be locking the plugin folder and refusing to let anything change it. That's quite a thought, honestly. Like I'm patiently quitting out of Reaper and everything. So this should not be the new size. It is not the new size. I'll quit out of here again. Let's just do a little exploring, shall we? Don't need to have Airwindows Globals open anymore, unless people have questions about it. You can, or I believe I'm supplying one in the download. I'm supplying one in the download of the standalone. So you download the other one with all of the little generic plugins in them, and there'll be a folder marked Airwindows in it, and it will have an example of Airwindows Globals. Let's go look at something. Hi. Interesting. Do you see what I see? 'Cause I see something. Look, we've got instances called console H channel without a space in them, and they're getting updated separately. They probably should have the same plugin ID. And then we have instances that have a space in the name, which is bad mojo for file name editing. And that appears to be what Reaper is using. You know what, Reaper? Suck it up and deal, because you don't get these anymore. You should be able to, no wonder it's having trouble scanning for them. Now we have console H channel, which is the one that was made today. I don't know whether maybe the ones that I shipped don't have the space in them. That would be nice. I didn't realize that it would put a space in the file name. That's terrible. I think I'm probably shipping ones without the... Anybody who's using this, by all means enjoy yourself, use this, but also tell me whether it is putting spaces in the file. That doesn't actually help, because Sudaris Pamplejuice makes an installer, so that doesn't necessarily help me. Go to this place and tell me whether your versions of console H have spaces in the file name or not. Meanwhile, I'm going to run Reaper and see whether now it's... This would explain a lot as to it not listening to anything I ever did. Hey, look at that. We successfully have the smaller size. This is the breakthrough. This is the breakthrough. So what's been happening for the last 3 hours, at least? Well, maybe not quite 3 hours. Slightly less than 3 hours. I've been busily updating all manner of things on console H channel to try to do the please remember with the XML file, and you're saving the settings, what the size of the window is. And this entire time it's been patiently putting the new plugin into my VST folder, and then Reaper is always and only using the one that was made in December 22nd. Go figure. Oh, yeah, no, Grants, it's out. Go and check my video. The video says it looks different from my usual videos. It's a little bit more stylish thumbnail, maybe. And the title is slightly simpler. It's just Airwindows console H in all caps. So it doesn't have all the same things that the usual videos say. Yeah. Install it and tell me whether there's a space in the file name when you do. Let's go and start putting some of this nonsense back. All of this stuff that I've been doing, all of it, has simply been to compensate for the fact that I'm not actually using any of the plugins I'm building. Now, it knows to look for the plugin that I'm building. And there is no distraction plugin out there to confuse it. And that's also why all of the Airwindows Global stuff worked, because the Airwindows Global stuff worked perfectly well on the other instance of the plugin. It was there and functioning. So let's go to everywhere I've changed things. And let's go to this and put it back. Wouldn't it be funny if I had this working perfectly my first try and just never discovered that? That would be wild. It would be funny and also grounds for just falling over weeping, right? Imagine. It's only like 3 hours of it, though. I could imagine worse. I've seen worse. So update plugin size gets to run. That's probably fine. I'm not completely sure of it, mind you, but it's probably fine. After all these things, they do need to get updated. They do need to get updated. And this is as good a place to do that as any. So we'll assume that's also part of the total picture. And then going back to here, here's our width, here's our height, here's our track properties. What did we do up here to make it be crazy? Hopefully nothing. And there's our sanity checks. I don't think we have to do anything else. There's update plugin size. Are we calling it? Where are we calling it? We're calling it there. Verizon. No, we're not calling Verizon. Little spelling correction. Thank you. And that's my spelling mistake. Cool. I do not know why the consolidated clap... Well, actually, no, consolidated clap plugin is not my business. Somebody else is building that. If Bacon Paul wants to have Airwindows consolidated clap have a space in the name, that's fine with me. He gets to do that if he wants. I'm only concerned in whether the console plugins have weird spaces in the names that will cause problems for if you're doing operations on them on a Unix system, for instance, in the terminal. Bacon Paul knows about Linux things, mind you, but maybe he doesn't consider that to be important. Ooh. I don't think it should make any difference. You can overwrite the Airwindows folder created with Console X. If you do that, it won't be able to read anything if there isn't that folder there, but you can put the new folder in where the old one was, and it's fine. You could leave the old folder, and it'll honor whatever you were using. Let's run this now that poor confused Reaper is not looking at two separate builds of this plugin and having to decide which one to use. There we go. That was faster. Now, do we have default size? We do. We do for all of these instances. But what happens if we try to change that default size to something else? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Save the changes and run it again. And we're going to see whether it remembered the size. Not only that, other things can be different sizes and shapes. See, now we have a tiny one on top of the big-sized one. Hit save, quit, open back up again. It's probably even going to layer them the same way. Open it back up again, and guess what? We have to move it out of the way or maybe open the other one again? That's weird. Which one was that? Or was it the bus? No. Okay, so apparently you can change the size of exact, or maybe, oh, I bet I made it to be an unreasonable. I bet this is what happened. I was like, yay, let's save it as this. Which one is it? It was that one. Okay, so we can show it or hide it, but if I close it and then reopen it, okay, now it's still fine. I don't know why it didn't like being sat on top of the other plugin. Now we quit, and we save, and we relaunch it and see if it lets us still have that stupidly tiny, hey, okay, got there. Signs point to I can update these and they will start honoring sizes today. That pleases me. Although I got to do all the other ones now. But yeah, we totes get to do this. It's remembering them now. I can be like, I want a channel stripped. Oh, it just updated that. Interesting. Or do I? No? Okay, so why are you not letting me be the channel strip that I know you can be? That I didn't anticipate. I think I'm pushing that too hard. So if it is that small, it won't let it do it. But if it's this small, what then? Okay, that one's okay. And yet it is not putting it to the default size. Like if we do this, and see this is a normal one, now I try to open that one that was tinier than the window, impossibly small. Okay. What's just happened is that console 3 has snapped to a default size, but I've updated the default size to be 200 rather than 600. Let's go and find the code where it did that. Because I have an idea as to where that would have been. So that's still correct. That's fine. This stuff is fine. If user width is smaller than 8, which is going to be the concern here, or larger than 1683.86, it's supposed to go to 618. However, mine has not. Mine is snapping to 200 when the size is unreasonably small. So I need to find out where I punched in 200 around here. And it's not going to be there. But it's going to be among the sanity checks somewhere. And it shouldn't be anywhere in here because none of this contains the code for that stuff. It should be in here somewhere. So no sanity checks there. How about right up top? Or maybe under here? Nope. Nope, that's set size, user width, user height. No sanity checks here. Every time I think I've got this nailed, that's throwing more weirdness at me. That makes me sad, but I mean, I love it anyway. It's being crazy because it can't help but be crazy. It's just like, hi, I'm being super random, enjoy. So here's update plugin size. That should not be throwing a width of 200 at me. That's a width of 618. No question. So let's go look in plugin processor and see whether any of that has the insanity. Something was set to be 200, and I'm trying to find where it said that. It was not going to be here. Also, let's double check at the top of plugin editor, because I know I told that to be 200 at one point. It wants to do update plugin size when instantiated. That's fine. And we're making all of these, and then at the bottom I had 200 in here and I just put it back. So that should be okay. Over to here. Okay, two separate places in here. If it's less than 8, it becomes 618. That's width. I don't think I have any of that stuff up here. No, I don't. I don't. Here's the stuff in here. And then these are now the process block, so that doesn't actually update that anywhere anymore. I think. Boy, it'd be weird if it did. What's going on down at the bottom? Nothing. Reaper uses the double precision processing, so it'll be from here. Oh, I wonder if Twisted Wave is capable of remembering sizes. So let's quickly build this one more time now that we've solved the reading a plugin from days ago, because it was just sitting there not getting replaced. Oh, it may have. So here's the user width stuff that matters there. But probably what you were seeing wasn't in the H file at all. This stuff is custom to that. This is plugin code, and you may have seen it in here somewhere, but this doesn't relate to. See, there's a divided by 200, there's things like that. Then I'm scanning through because you may very well be right. I feel like it would have been something else, but I am tired. Can't imagine why. Ah, see, it's width that I was concerned about. I think that would depend upon whether you were scripting Reaper. Also, Cami just said their display height was 100. One thing I can do is try to search for it. There's some display height. Oh, it's only here. Is there a display space height? No. Let's look for 200 then. Hey, where does it even say 200 ever anywhere? Not in this code. It says it in lots of places here. Yeah, my live stream is weird. Let's build this one more time and play with it some more. See if I can get this to work. I will go through and make the same changes for console H bus and console H pre, and then push releases, at which point it'll make a new plugin that you can have that does this. And you will have watched me do it live on stream, which is better than last year where I had to debug live on stream. So yeah, we are struggling with an inability to remember that size. I wonder whether it struggles with any other inabilities. Let's say we wanted this size. What does it do? Okay, it wants it to be that big at a minimum. What if we go just a tiny hair bigger? Okay, seems legit. I think it has conditions. I think it's not allowing windows to be certain ways. Like here is it remembered that just fine. Yeah, I think what's going on is Reaper has expectations. Reaper says, well, you can make it be this small, but that's got to be a mistake. So it opens up and goes, oh, you didn't want that. No. That had to be a mistake. And if you have it just a little bit wider than that, but not as narrow as the window can possibly get, at that, well, no, it still didn't like it. Well, what happens if we close this and reopen it? Is it maybe forcing the window to be big enough to fit 2 in 2 out UI, this control, and the checkbox? I think maybe that's the answer. I think Reaper isn't letting you make a window narrower than its own controls require. Like it'll let you get rid of the preset and the param and stuff, but as soon as you start losing these ones on the end, it goes, oh, no. No, you don't. So yeah, that's going to be an implementation detail. Use console H. It just came out. I am working on a thing where I will let you set up your whole screen with saved plugins, and then you get to continue to use them. I wonder whether it has to do with that 2 in 2 out UI, with these controls up at the top. Because it honored that. I don't suppose it could have to do with the height. Can I stretch it out until it is so tall that it's still able to work, but it's doing a mono? Here we go. That's the full height of my screen. It's so high you can't see the stuff off of the top. If I close this and reopen it, it is a width where it leaves some of the controls visible on the top here, uncropped, because it'll let you get smaller than a certain amount, but only a certain amount. Bingo. And then if we switch it down to where it's allowing that 2 in, 2 out to still be uncropped, it's good. And then if we shrink it even smaller to where it's dying of tininess, and you see right up at the top here, we've got these buttons, we've got UI and the dry wet control that it has. We've got the bypass switch. UI will switch it over to the generic interface view, but we don't get to see the param control anymore. Reaper's going to say, no, no, no. No, you have to be wide enough to see this. You have to be wide enough to see the plug-in pin connector. That's what's happening. Although again, I mean, if you make it tall enough and your screen is tall enough, you can still get a vertical channel strip. It's maybe a little cumbersome, but then you could also do a bunch of other things. Like as long as you have that width, you could do all manner of other things. Like here's an arrangement where it is the smallest possible plugin with the 2 in, 2 out still showing on the screen. But it's a plugin for ants. Let's see if it's able to handle that. Is the only thing Reaper cares about, and it's more than 8 pixels, so the plugin itself shouldn't be trying to fix itself at this stage. Is this copacetic with Reaper? Would it be completely happy to just have this be there? I feel like it moved it a little bit, but wow. Okay, so storing the size, that is something. Yeah, I decided to do an interface for this one because it is also one of the more complicated plugins. Although I do have a upgrade for that too. Like, see, we get to have the tiny plugin for ants there, but watch this. I've got an upgrade for the generics as well. See, here is this one, which is, again, the plugin for doing just the sliders, and they have to fit on screen a certain way. But look over to the very edge, and you see that now I'm using this so that it says EQ for these ones. And then this is the crossfade between the EQ and the bit crush section. Here's the first bit crush slider, and then the last, here's the first dynamic slider. And since it's generic, you don't get the blinky light with any of these. The GUI one has a blinky light on this, and this. And then there's your low pass and high pass, and that one says filter. So if you're looking across this, you can refer to these little highlights over on the side, and that helps you find your way around a little bit. And that is on the generic versions. You know something that's weirding me out a little bit? We've got the new version that's being built, and it's still showing the space in here. What? Yeah, one of the challenges with Console X, here, I got another log to throw in the fire. Console X ended up giving me problems with doing certain things because its tone was kind of too dense. I'm not sure if I was doing mixes in big studios that I'd even go for a SSL. Everything that I did with it was stuff like the parametrics, those 4 parametric controls that you got. They were doing like Airwindows style, like the EQs were using those capacitor-based upgrades to make them be a little more nonlinear. The whole thing ended up sounding kind of dirty like an old SSL console, but it could get in the way. if you were trying to do something clean, or you were trying to do something particularly full, interesting in a variety of ways, Console X would get in your way. And I wasn't able to enjoy the dynamics as much as I thought that doing it in Stonefire was a clever idea. It really did let you do crazy things in Stonefire, but Stonefire is a strange thing. So basically the way that one ran, it let you get extremely radical in every way, but it was kind of daunting, weird, and silly. And Console H is extremely simplified EQs. Like we can see them right here. Here is Console H. I love the fact that now I can reopen it and it'll be where I left it. You got your gain and more here. These are your basic EQs. These are not complicated things. It's low, mid, and high. This is Smooth EQ 3. I think it's 3, which will be coming out pretty soon, maybe even this weekend. I'll see. And this is the simplest, minimalist form of the... It's also designed to be very CPU friendly. It's just a single biquad filter and a single averaging filter. Or I don't remember what you call it, an IIR filter. And they combine to accurately give you a particular cutoff that's a little steeper than a generic Butterworth would be. It's like a Butterworth Plus, a little bit steeper. Console X2 has the 4-band EQ out of Smooth EQ 2. And that's the one with the frequency controls. That's the one that acts like it has like slidable mid-range, but it really doesn't. What it does is change the cutoff frequencies between the 3 shelving bands, or the 4 shelving bands. There's 3 cutoffs and there's 4 bands. So the way that one works, and that one's designed to run with my control surface so that I can set up sounds, not have to do very much with them. Both of them have the dynamics bands that you see here, where you've got the 4 sliders because my control surface has 4 sliders. So there is a compression in the top, then there's an attack and a release, and then there's the gate, which you can use as you see fit. But for the control surface, it's all about when I get into the studio and do stuff, I would be doing the joysticks and just kind of rapidly trying to get a sound with 4 joysticks for getting my EQing. So what Console H is doing is it's 3 very ordinary basic bands. What Smooth EQ 2 is it's the one that goes into Console X2. That has 4 bands, and up and down in the joysticks is the level, and side to side is the center frequency, but what it's really doing is it's changing the positions of several cutoffs around it. It's a lot more complicated and sophisticated. It's got much steeper cutoffs. It still sums into a perfect, if everything is set flat, then it's perfection by the geometry of the way it's assembled. But it's just more to deal with than the very basic EQs in Console H. Console H, the joystick stuff, is meant to be assigned to the crushes, and in fact, the largest numbers might not be the ones you assign to the joystick at all. You might have those largest knobs not be attached to the joystick in the slightest, and then the ones that say bass, low mid, high mid, and treble are down to up on the joystick, and freak goes from side to side, meaning that you would be bringing them up from literally all the way down, silence. You'd bring them up to make them be more narrow and focused and peaky. And then there's an area up in the top of the control surface where you could assign low, mid, high, and crossfade. And there's space for all of those things. But yeah. Let's find out. We can play with that a little bit literally today. Now I've got the remembering the sizes fixed. So what I can do next is go through and update console H pre and console H bus. And once I've done that, I'll assign them a new version number and I will throw them over to GitHub. It will build them and then you can have them. But before I do that, let's just open up drums, for instance. And you say you need to have more highs. I don't think it's going to count as new. Let's see if I have... No, I don't. It's not recent enough. Well, let's look it up. It's going to be Smoothie Q2. I'm going to progress. I have a copy of Smoothie Q3 in here too. You'll see it's literally the same thing that we have in Console X. I can come out with this one this coming weekend if you want just the 3-bander. It's designed to be the simplest imaginable thing. And we're going to replace that with Smoothie Q2, which is out. So you can have this. Just go ahead and upload it. I will. I'll expand on what that is. So let's let this start up again. So here, and also while we're at it, let's have this visible, shall we? Because this is the dark meter. And that should tell you something about how to make things brighter or why to. So here is Smoothie Q2. It's going to be what is in Console X2. And that's probably enough to let you make things brighter. And then the frequency control, that's going to either let it be darker. What in the world happened there? I don't know what just happened. Oh, it auto-muted drums. And that apparently threw other things into the... Okay, I had it soloed, and I was pushing it so freaking hard that the highs blew everything up. Alrighty, back to what I thought it was going to be doing. Note that we have a big spike there, so let's reposition it. That way we're going into console H channel, so that'll at least clip. There, now console H channel, which is doing an overdrive, will clip. And if you run it lower, it's clipping way harder. And if you cross it over higher, that's a lot of high frequency boost there. So the way this is voiced, this is what you would be doing for your whole master bus has to be bright, is you'd be doing this kind of stuff with it. Or, if that's really a problem, which I honestly often don't think it is, if you're mixing in console H bus, it does have EQs on the bus. I mean, they're pretty forgiving. It's not really going to blast you too hard unless you really crank the hell out of it. But if you're having that much of a problem with everything being too dark, first of all, use the meter. What you're telling me is that you need all of the things to have white dots. White dots is largely what is going to make it seem like it's a modern mix. If you're looking for just 80s or whatever, and for stuff to have some tonal quality to it, what you could do is pull it back until the white dots are not necessarily white, but they're cyan. See, those are still white, they're just not as loud. And this is more or less going to tell you, let's loop that. So there's a crash. And we're looping it, right? So if this was flat, that's essentially what I've got on this channel. In fact, we'll go back to this. This was my idea of what it should sound like. But you're saying you need it to be a lot brighter. So we can pad it down, right? And it's just that place where the crash handles. Let's start adding on the bus. So if you need modern bright sounding, make sure that there are like white dots somewhere. They don't actually have to be all up at the top either. Because if you set them down here, say, see white dots? If you're doing this kind of sort of cheesy 80s boom and tinkle nonsense, you can have the white dots, but your biggest peaks can be darker. That's a bass peak that is louder than the treble peak. And of course, if you just overdrive everything like crazy, you can't tell what the color the peaks are anymore anyway. Also, this is the thing I was talking about with the blinking. It is too loud, so this light just stays on. That light should go on for like drama purposes. And if you just make everything incredibly quiet, well, this is all cool and all, but it might not stand up next to other people's recordings because you're being so shy with it that it never gets actually loud. Here we've got it so we're not actually clipping the output, but we're still seeing some energy there with kicks and snares and stuff. So that's another thing, is you could be designing the percussion around making this only light up when the drums are hitting. My loop here is a little bit irregular. And we can boost the highs in that way so that we start to see it, but bass is really what's going to make this light up. So now we have the light flashing with the kick and snare, quite obviously, and clipping a little tiny bit. Not all that much, just clipping a little tiny bit. Whereas if you turn the lows down, maybe it doesn't flash as eagerly. And if you squish it flat with compression like this, nothing flashes at all. Oh God, let's put it back to not crazy. And remove that selection. And hit save and quit. Because, you know, my fire's doing pretty good, and I've got a half an hour before thawing out food for tacos, because it's another tacos day today. But I think the first thing to do here is let's make all the console H's that everybody got for Christmas now remember the position of Windows and the size. Granted, I didn't check one thing. I was going to check and see if Twisted Wave remembers the size of Windows. This I'm not going to be able to play on stream because it's Pink Floyd's money. But if we fire up Console H channel, it wants to be that size. But does it remember the size, or does it just automatically snap to the size? Because this is Twisted. This is a 2-channel editor. Okay, it kind of remembers a little bit. Interesting. What's the conditions on this one? It wants to have a bunch of space to the side for some reason. I can't do anything about that. But if I tell it to do this and then close it, what happens when I open it again? It wants to have space around it. That's a Twisted Wave thing. I can't do anything about that. Let's see what happens if we open up Console H already. So we do that and it's fine. Let's see what happens if we close these and open them again from the editor. Okay, that's still cool. It's making them be the default size. It's making them be the default size. That's fine. This is not Reaper. This is not a full-on DAW. Somebody was talking earlier about why doesn't everybody make everything like resizable and stuff like this? Well, because it's hard. And it doesn't work the same on all of the different DAWs. Look at this one. We can do this all day long, but then as soon as I close it and reopen it, it doesn't remember. And that's just what you live with. Oh, actually, no, that was Console H bus, so that wouldn't remember. Let's test that assumption. Here's the one that is supposed to remember. I stand corrected. I maligned Twisted Wave unfairly. If it's in an effect stack, it remembers the size and position of the window. Let's see how hardcore it can go. We got a channel strip. Do we still have a channel strip? Not quite. So when it becomes upset and makes the window be larger to accommodate what it thinks is necessary, then you don't get the space back again. You've always got this space at the size of the window. But then if it becomes reasonable again, it'll give you the space back. Let's see now what it does when it thinks it's wide but not tall enough. Horizontal layout. Horizontal layout is fine. Horizontal layout microscopic. Microscopic is fine. Horizontal layout negative. Now what do we get? Because again, this is the one where you can set it to broken values. That's a negative plugin size. What do we get? Oh, it bounced back to something more normal. In fact, it bounced back to the default height. Alrighty. Now we have both of the window settings be unreasonable. And it's going to save it, and then it's actually snapping back to some... I don't know where it's getting that 200 width. It's getting that 200 width. Yeah, Roland Boutique mode. So I can pull it back to a slightly more reasonable... Actually, what would happen if we simply opened it twice? Infinitely small size. And now it's better again. So it became upset when it was too narrow. So here's what it does the next time. It made there be space on the side, but what happens if we close it again and open it again? So did that just make the window be narrower, or did it make the plugin be wider? One way to find out. Okay, We're in a 3 across, 4 high configuration. And I can probably position, see that ready down there? The bottom corner should be next to the ready. Does it make a smaller window or does it make a wider plugin? It made a smaller window and kept the same size. Okay, so here, that's what Twisted Wave does. It manages to honor the size unless it feels it's too insane, at which point it makes a wider window around it or something. But under normal circumstances, it seems pretty good. And I was just confusing myself thinking that Bus was going to do that because I haven't done Bus yet, but we're about to. We're about to do all the plugins and then hit compile on GitHub, at which point you will now have that as well. Roland Boutique mode. Literally, yeah, pretty much. Like, let me demonstrate for your amusement. We'll go with the console H bus for that purpose. And we'll set up a nice little loop. Here we are. Here's our Roland Boutique mode. Here's our microscopic plugin, and I'm going to control the bass now. Meter still works. We're going to do a little low pass sweep. Here's an isolator filter. See, it works. It's alive. It's alive. You can do it. All you have to do is be able to see the tiny pixels. The plugin is fully functioning and you can use the... let's do the high pass while we're at it. Note the position of my cursor. I'm using rotary mouse control for this reason. Otherwise, you would be clicking on the thing and then mousing up or down to adjust it. But I prefer to do it so that you can move quite a ways away. And that lets you do fine controls on it, rather than tiny little motions. And since I haven't made those edits to Bus snaps back to the original size for now. I almost want to go and make another cup of coffee just for the excitement of updating the other two the way that this has just been updated. But I'll tell you one thing I could perhaps do is fire off the new version. So what we have to do that is I have to make a new tag because we're not going to delete the previous one. It's fine. I'm going to update version in 2 places to tag 002. Save that. Here is the second version. Save that. And having updated those things, we've got all of this stuff built. Everything's done. There's nothing further that I have to do with this. I'm pretty sure it even does its little checky safekeeping thing so that if people are trying to open it and they don't have the saved sizes, it'll behave normally and be fine. I made a point of doing that. Which means it's time for terminal. CD, desktop, just Windows, H, channel. we're going to do a git pull that we probably don't need just to make sure, because if anything changed remote, you want to have it integrated. Already up to date. Git add underscore capital A, well, dash capital A. Add all changes. Git commit. Dash lowercase m, quotes. Save sizes. 6 files changed, 41 insertions, 4 deletions. Not sure what the deletions are, but that's fine. And then push origin main. And then tags. Git tag dash D v002. We're now on tag 2. The original stuff is still downloadable. I don't want to remove the first issue, even the console X, the broken versions are still available in case anybody needed them for some reason. And there we go. Oh, no, wait, I don't do D. I stand corrected. No. D is removing whatever that one was, so we're not doing that. Instead, we're going to go git tag v002. And then git push tags. Dash dash tags. And that is now sending console H channel revised edition off for you to be able to play with. We got there. Now I do the other two, and then everything's going to be updated, and everybody gets to have it remember not only the positions of their windows, but also the sizes, and that's going to be a huge quality of life improvement for everything. I'm delighted that I was able to do this today. Although granted, like Christmas Day, I could have taken Christmas Day off. I didn't have to work, but I feel it was worth it because this is deeply awesome. Let's open up another instance and compare them. Let's do bus next. It's going to act exactly the same way. So we're going to have these be on the screen together. And let's make sure I can access all of the plugin kinds that I need. Airwindows UI, editor, and processor. I've got them arranged the same way. You know, some of it might be a little bit off the screen. That's fine, whatever. We know what we're doing. UI. Did we end up having to change stuff here? I'm thinking probably not. I think these are the same. Except for the default user height for bus is actually 345, not 375. But you know, user width and user height exist here too. And that stuff exists here too. That was the last thing that I changed, was making it so that if you have a 5K monitor, you can stretch it out as wide as the monitor and it'll still work. Hey, Calbless. Well, thank you. I appreciate the thought. I don't have many. Like I said in Blue Sky, you people are the people that are close to me. So in a way, that is me doing that, although that's also pathetic and sad. But it's not pathetic and sad in a bad way. It's pathetic and sad in a way that I can kind of relate to. Let's scan through this and see whether I can spot if anything changed here. I bet that did not. I don't think this is where anything changes. Over to H, plugin editor. Here I know I've got some stuff that's different. Although among the things that are different are a very different number of controls. So here we've got update track properties, but we do also need to do update plugin size. So we're going to do that. I don't think we have anything else around here that needs to be updated, but we now have to put that in where it lives. So back up to the top to see whether, and similarly, we also have to call it. But then we can probably just straight up paste it in and it'll be fine. So this is all cool, but we haven't actually defined this yet, so it's not going to build. That is actually a bug. It is not implemented in any way. But what I'm going to do is look through here and see where else it does stuff. Paint? No, but resized. Resized has something. Resized, we update a bunch of these values together. So area get local bounds, and then let's just drop this in here. I think I don't actually have an inspect button on here. And we're going to get to that. We're going to put that part in. So, oh, well, thank you. I'm being a little rough on myself saying it's pathetic and sad, and not that sad. It's an autism thing, to some extent. It's just another social media behavior. And I do have local friends because I am clean and sober for like upwards of 30 years. So I've made friends in that community, which has its challenges. Like what that means is I have local friends, but if they go through a dark time, sometimes they die on me, and that's challenging. When you have addict friends, your addict friends can go out and use and die on you, because people who are addicts, they will go and use drugs, because that's what addicts do when they're a little out of control. But unfortunately, using drugs these days, not what you'd call a safe thing. And haha, look at this. Here we have a couple of things, and one of them, I think I remember that this was actually 345. First things first, we'll copy. I like that I've got all these insanity checks in here because you never can tell, but I do think I'd like to double check the size of this, which is probably not going to be found there, but it'll probably be found here or here. Where did I have that? Where did I have that? Up at the top of plugin editor, maybe? Up at the top of Airwindows UI, maybe? No. The bottom? No. Oh, up at the top of Airwindows UI, never mind. I found it. 345 is the number I need to use for what I've just put in here, right at the bottom. That was a mistake. Let's undo out of there. I remember I just said 345, so I'll just simply type it in. There you go. And we don't need to do anything more here. But now we've got our changes in plugin processor, because those are really where a lot of this stuff lives. So, track properties, which lives right up at the top here, somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So here's where we put plugin width and plugin height. And then there's an assortment of other things to do with it. We didn't need to do stuff here. That DSC buff is because we've got tape hack style stuff, but the console H bus does not use a tape hack style overdrive. It uses pure saturation. Alrighty. Cal Blast, alcohol-free mulled wine wouldn't be anything for me. I would simply just drink coffee or tea, something like that. It's all good. Or water. Water's good. You like drinking water, right? By the time I'm done with this, the new version of Console H channel may have been uploaded and built, and I can update the... I'm going to do all of these things before this stream is over. So let's just check through all of that stuff. What do we have here? This is not going to matter because that is all audio code stuff. So hit save because we're done with that. But now we've got to get this stuff updated. So, and I don't think any of it was in the actual audio sections. So up we go to the very top to look for places where I've added new stuff. There's a couple of places where I did that. So here's my new state information. I don't think I have anything changed up here. I'll find out soon enough if it is. But this is new stuff, and update plugin size is new stuff. And here is the previous version. Let's get them lined up on the screen nicely. So we've added stuff there, and then we have a whole new function, update plugin size, which is there. And update track properties is exactly the same except for it's spelled wrong. It says Verizon in the editor. So what we're going to do is just copy literally all of this across and then change the number 375 to 345 and also change the word console H channel to console H bus and AWCHC to AWCHB. So really a little more than I was expecting, but it'll still work. Copy from void down to the end bracket of update plugin size. And then we got to change all of the console H channel that we're about to put to console H bus. Otherwise it won't remember previous settings that other people have of it. And we don't want that. That would be terrible. Little paste. And we're good. Except for this little detail. Bus. And B instead of C here. And here. And here. And here and here and here. And then our magic number is 345. And that should just about do it. And that should be referring to one in here. Did we remember to put it in? I feel like maybe we didn't remember to put it in. Okay, back over here. There's going to be a thing in here. And it's not going to be there, but I missed it when I was putting this all together. Aha! See? We had to do this. I forgot that. I only remembered the int plugin width and height. There. Now, that's a declared identifier. And all of this is up and running. And all of these words appear to be correct. B, so on, so forth. Tag name console H bus. 345. Ooh. And let's make this one be updated too. 345. This won't change for console H pre. Alrighty. I don't know why you're still complaining. Do we in fact still have a problem, or is it just not up to speed? Let's do a build and find out. It is not impossible that I still got to update it. Oh, it succeeded. So these warnings are no longer relevant. I still see this stop sign there. Let's build again and see if we can make the stop sign go away. Alrighty, if I save from here, does that make it be happy? Yes, it did. It did make it be happier. So it was a little confused because it didn't know that it was able to build just fine, but it was. What I should do is select all of these and just hit save each time. Make sure everything is up to speed. We'll do a build, we'll quickly test. If we test, it's also 4, so it's time for me to thaw out my tacos. That was console H bus updated. We're going to run Reaper and quickly see if it's scanning for the new plugin. I'm pretty sure it's fine because I deleted all the ones that aren't actually current. And we're going to do a quick little test and see if we can make this tiny size, and it remembers. It remembered. Now let's see if we can make it literally the entire size of the screen, which means I have to open OBS a little bit. That's the entire size of streaming anyhow. And then if I quit that, and in fact quit Reaper and save the project, and then relaunch Reaper and the project and reopen it, guess what? You can now save channels and buses to wherever you want on the screen, and it will remember where they go. And if you want to have it a tiny little slot up in the top of the screen, that's fine. You can do that. Although you can also make it be a lot bigger, which I often like. That means we can push that to GitHub too. And let's do that immediately. So, baby edit, Pampo Juice notes, so I can see what I'm doing. Everything's going to be about 7 up spaces. Go to the console H bus thing. I do have to manually update the version. 001 to 002, and remember not to simply delete the previous version tag, because we're fine at this stage. We can use an additional version. 002 version. Quit out of there. Now I've got both of the versions updated. Now it's time to update that. Add. Same commit message. And tag 002 and push the tags. Bus is now building up on GitHub so that you can have it. By the time we're done with this, you'll be able to have all the work I did today. For now, we'll close that stuff up again. Dun-dun-dun. FoodMat, it's built, just checked. I will have to set it to be a release, but if you have access to the products that were built, you can go and download it right now. I am building Bus right now. And tell you what, I'm going to launch Reaper again, simply so that I can play music through it. Because what I'm going to do is go and get my cheese out for tacos. And what the hey, another log on the fire. We're burning all of the ashes to ash today. Back we are. I'm tempted to leave the music playing while I do the final plugin, but nah, it's a little too distracting. Lastly, over to Console H-Pre. And this one, a lot of it is going to remain exactly the same because it doesn't have a different window size for its default. Alrighty. So we're working from all of these files and trying to remember all the places that got changed. Here's Console H-Pre, which is nearly exactly the same as Channel, except for that it's dual mono. I did not remember to talk about this. Here's the thing with Console H-Pre. It's dual mono, so if you wanted the gate like doing side-to-sidey stuff, then you could use it to do that. But because it's dual mono, that means the audio unit version can be coded as N2N. So it's one channel, but instantiated as many times as you need. That means that Console H is multi-channel capable. Do your Dolby Atmos mixes with it if you want. What you have to do is run Console H Pre for all of your channels in your multi-channel mix, and then do the summing with Console 9. Console 9 contains a thoroughly mono version where you got that mono on the bus, you got mono on the channel to encode. It's fine. And then you have to do your panning in some other kind of way. I'm not exactly sure how people go about doing that, but that's the way you do it. If you're doing a multi-channel mix, you can do a multi-channel mix soon enough. I'm putting together console hpre so that you can. And it's audio unit only because that's where I have the end-to-end plugins. I don't have multi-channel plugins in VST format. But yeah. And let's see what we've got here. I don't think this stuff changed. I think this is just the way that it was. And see, 375 and 375, even the size is the same. Spacing isn't quite the same, but now it is. I don't think I had a damn thing happening in here that was any... Oh, no, wait. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Do I have to define... No. No, user width already exists. So we've got those. So no changes here, but what about here? I feel like there was a little change here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't a little change here. No, Airwindows UI didn't require anything. I see no alterations, but then here, these other ones are the ones where everything changes. So, and we don't need that log there. So we put in update plugin size, both of the H files rather than just only one. Here it is there. Now that stuff seems to be the same. Yep, that stuff seems to be the same. No updates there. A little more going on here. Zoop up to the top, which takes an incredibly long time because this is what you have to do if you want to have all the aspect ratios covered, is you have to rearrange your knobs, and there's a lot to rearrange. But we'll get there. There we go. And with this one, I just grab the slider and go. So set resizable update track properties. We have to also call update plugin size rather than just have it be there. Just like that. That stuff isn't changing, but we do have to go and find where that was made. So it's not there. It's no, resized gets into a new thing. So down past this, and didn't actually end up needing to do anything new here. Paint has nothing new changed with it, but resized has an additional line of stuff. And also this inspect button, which I don't think is honestly very useful. I don't think that's actually being used for anything, but it's fine. And then we have to assign new values to all of this stuff. Every time we resize, all of that gets updated. And that goes there. And processor ref doesn't have these declared yet, so we're not quite ready to go. And then the rest of this, no changes, no changes, no changes there. No changes here. But I feel like we instantiated a new thing there, and there it is. So down we go to the same place. Oh, went too far. And where that one says update track properties, we have to add the update plugin size. But this time the numbers stay the same. Copy. Paste. Maybe the bus plugin is finished building now. It's been like 10 minutes, hasn't it? Yeah, I had fun making the thumbnail for that video. So bada boom, that stuff stays the same. We've now created the new thing to call. Nothing else new happening here. Back over to plugin processor. And we have to remember the various things that go in here. Here's one of them. Here's several of them, actually. I forgot to do this one earlier, so we're going to include all of those. Update plugin size, replaces where track property sits. There. Now we have that defined, and we have plugin width and height, which we're referring to in other places. I don't think this has anything that needs doing. Nope. That was it. And then over to plugin processor. We've got a variety of things to do here, but I feel like maybe it's literally just only that. Yeah. This is audio code. That's other stuff. None of that's necessary. So we can just scroll to this part, hit copy, and zoom up real fast to here. And here's what gets changed, except for, again, I need to change those words so they say console HP and HP every time they appear, which is slightly more than before because we're going to add width and height. But then we put it in, and it should just work. And I also include update track properties because I'll be fixing where it says call the Verizon in editor to update there. Yeah, call Verizon. Let's call Verizon and also call Bella Telephone, and maybe they will update my things. Copy. Sure to select the right stuff. Right down to the end of update track properties. Boop. So now we've got everything exactly the same. This would work, but I need to update this stuff. It needs to say console HP. Because otherwise, it wouldn't remember people's saves if they made saves in the few hours it has been since I launched all of this. And likewise with this has to say P. And these could say whatever, but they have to say P too. And the height is still 375, so that doesn't need to change. And that should be about everything. Looks to me like I've got all the details that needed changing. We've got update plugin size. We can close out of the channel and run through and hit save on all of these files that I've just changed. And you should, very good. It figured it out. It figured it out. And now if I hit build, it should be building the new version. It says build succeeded. I'm going to peek in my VS3 folder. I do not have any weird stray plugins sitting around with spaces in the name, so we have in fact updated all three of those. Yay! They're frickin' 57 megs in size, but I guess they earned that size because they do a heck of a lot. All that UI moving code is almost more strenuous than the audio code. So you know what that means. Firstly, got to test. Got to see if we can open up, or I'm not even using console HP in the demo, so we'll make one. There it is. And if I make it be this big, and then quit out of there, and then save, and then literally close the program, and then open it back up again, rather than just reopening it, voila. Console H pre now remembers what size you had it. And that's the final one. And I'm not actually using it in this mix, so I can just close it again. By the way, I think that setting it to a default size will still make the first instantiation work, but I think that the loading the settings will override whatever the default is set to. But it becomes way less important if it remembers its sizes nicely like it does. So you know what that means? It means I get to quit out of Xcode is what it means. And we're going to throw the new version up to get built, which means I have to take this and update the things that I need to update, namely version. Let's go into version 2. I don't know whether it needs to use both of these, but there are 2 of these, and Sudara has never told me which one it needs or both, so I just do both. I don't know what that stuff is about. I'm doing my best. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, got it wrong. There we go. It was already up to date anyhow, so add the new stuff. Same commit message. Create a new tag. And push the tags. And with that, we have updated Console H to remember the sizes of the plugins before the stream was done. Merry Christmas. All of those who are interested in that, at least. Oh, let me see what chat has been doing, by the way. We can all see what chat has been doing. Somebody's eating tacos in honor of this. Fair enough. Repaint. Yeah, Repaint is doing stuff. C++ is Food Mat to Go Cruise, correct. Granzer doesn't always make it to every live stream, but makes it to many of them. And sending a Reaper, send in Reaper using the IO pan is okay in Console H. I don't know. Ruprecht's rubber glove, Console H has a trim control in the beginning of it. You can dial that down. And yeah, that's. I have updated. Airwindows to more effectively work with that stuff. But yeah, I also find that the fader ends up being very, very small. But it has a trim control built into it. Also, as long as you're not smashing the bus too hard, you can still use the fader in bus. You can turn that down a little bit to give yourself a little headroom. It'll mean that you're running into the summing bus a little harder. And that's probably basically fine. And yeah, let's fire up a new Chromium window, because it's not quite stop and go and eat tacos time, but I feel like it might very well be. Let's walk through making the most recent release be current time. Releases 2. Let's not delete. I like that the way it is. Edit. Binaries are there. Let's uncheck that and set this as the latest release. And then our comments on this are I'm also going to want to edit my video. Not the video, but I'm going to make a note on there. And I'll make a note in comments, unless somebody wants to make the note in comments. And then I'll pin it to the top of comments. And I'll make a comment on Blue Sky. And we'll do all of those things. All right, copy that. Release title 2. There's the new versions, they're fine. Turn off the pre-release, turn on latest release, and then see what it looks like now. Releases V002, 27 minutes ago, is the most recent, and you can still get at this one if you want to badly enough. Back into here, let's do the same thing for Console H Bus. By the time we do that, pre-ought to have been built. Edit, do not click trash barrel and delete it. I would only have to go and rebuild it, and it would be a pain in the butt. Same comments. Turn off pre-release, turn on latest release, and update. Lovely. And that was only finished building 9 minutes ago. Maybe pre-version hasn't even finished building. Guess we'll find out. Ooh, it hasn't quite finished building, has it? Well, we'll wait until it does. We'll wait until it does. We can check in actions to see how it's doing. See, it's still chugging along. I'm very pleased that I'm able to throw this update as quickly as this, even though I have every right in the world to take Christmas Day off, but this is just kind of how I roll. And although it was frustrating for a while there and poses its own challenges, like one of the things, like what I get out of this is not only I am being paid to do it, like I'm not selling these, but I earn my Patreon income. So if you like me doing this for you, you know what to do. I've even got special bonus videos on another channel of records that I like demonstrated in console meter, Airwindows meter, and the new dark meter, which you now have access to. I've got a bunch of several examples of that on vinyl records, so you get to see what those look like in the new colorful meter. And that's for $10 and up patrons, but you don't even have to be a $1 or a 1 cent patron to use all of these tools. And what I get out of this is I get to make this stuff. I get to be Chris from Airwindows. That's my Christmas present. Yeah, well, it's better than last year, Grants, because last year it was broken. Last year it was not remembering people's settings. That was upsetting. This was not upsetting. I let everybody know, yeah, I'm going to work on maybe trying to make it remember the sizes of the plugin windows, but no promises. I'll get around to it. And then I immediately went and did it. And that's what we're uploading now. We're waiting on console H pre to be finished. And when it is finished, we will have all of them updated. But yeah. So last year, yeah, that was grinding. But that was also not pleasant because I knew that I had put it out there and people were doing mixes not knowing that it was going to forget everything that they did. This is much better. With this one, it remembers the important things. And now that we have version 2, it also remembers how you set up the windows. And what could be better than that? Oh, and Chris Mills, I didn't answer that for you, did I? Let me show you. I can do that just in Airwindows Globals and Twisted Wave while we wait for console H pre to be finished building. So let's see, I can open one of these in Twisted Wave. This is just my weird music. And if I do that, I can open up, yeah, let's see. So this is tilt 0. I think I've got it defaulting to that as well. Let me show you what it does. So if we open up console H channel, I've got my little watercolor look. And so I told you about the tilt option, right? So look, see how this is basically normal, right? It's not normal. Nobody else's stuff does this, but it looks basically normal. So watch this. I was doing this in, and we're setting tilt to 1.0. We're maxing it out. Hit save. Watch what it does this time. It does a weird thing that I pioneered in console X. We got a 3D effect, but it might not be what you like. And the idea is to have more stuff fit on the screen. No, it's not. No, it's not. Watch this. It's visual only. Check it out. If you have these very tall layouts or very wide layouts, it doesn't actually tilt. But as soon as, I'm going to move this over a little bit. As soon as you got a more rectangular layout, look at what it does. It's trying to tilt the stuff on the very top and the very bottom to make more room for space in the middle. And it's not working all that well. I never use tilt at full crank. Also, it doesn't do anything with the trims. Those don't tilt, but these do. So we've got this, which looks more like you're looking up from the top of it. And then this one, it looks like it is overhead and you're looking at it from underneath. See, as it's moving? Stretch it out even more, or we can do this with it, and then it's got all of this stuff tilted to various levels, like super tilt, moderate tilt, super tilt again. You're not supposed to tilt it this hard. It's a full curvature from bottom to top, yeah, because I thought this would look cool. I thought it'd be like, I am in a spaceship, and I'm looking at this panel above my head. I should put a window through here, which could be the screen there, and you're looking at that, and then the meters and knobs are like above and below the spaceship screen. That would be crazy. That would be really weird. It would be kind of cool. It'd be kind of cool, like, oh, and here's the panel below me, and then here's the panel above me, and then there's the meter in between. But that's all that is. And then if you continue to do it, you start seeing like, see, then that actually lines up fairly well. Here we have these are flat and these are tilted. And it made more room for these to be a larger size. Because sometimes that helps out, having the knobs be big. In fact, we can have it be such a large size that because the tilt is enabled, I can show you like the full size of the knob. Look at the little chamfering. There's a little groove carved in where there's an indent. So it's the indent, but then you see this tiny highlight and where the highlight goes. And you see that the plastic knob has a little slot cut in around that. These are the details I came up with for making the GUI look cooler when it is extremely expanded for people who have super high resolution or whatever. And then if you stretch it out until it is 2 stacks, well, that doesn't actually have tilt anymore. And then 1 stack doesn't have tilt. But the way it works, it's like 1 doesn't have tilt, 2 doesn't have tilt. 3, we start to bring it in depending upon what you told it to be. Like, I've told it to be tilt 0.1. Let's update that, shall we? How about tilt be 0.25? I'll hit save. And then when I close and reopen this, don't even have to restart the program. Check that out. Still just a little tiny hint of tiltedness. Just a little tiny hint of tintedness, tint of tiltedness. So user font, it should be a font that you have. For instance, I probably have that. And I'll take the image out while I'm at it. And that tilt was actually very mellow. So what I'm going to do is go to a tilt of 0.5. Because a tilt of 1, that's like too much. It's too extreme. And the tilt of 0.25, that is a tilt. In fact, we'll continue to see it as we keep moving it around. We even see the slight hint of tiltedness there, but it really isn't very strong. And then these are now flat again. So we can have it be this slight hint of it's indented into the screen. But now, when we've made the tilt be slightly more than that, but less than 1, it's kind of remembering, and now it is drawing these things in Times New Roman. You have to use a font name that you need, that you have. And I'm using Jost because that's the font that I like, but I think that's a Google Fonts download. So yeah. So here's what it looks like with, and the font gets slightly bigger as you go to smaller sizes, and it's slightly smaller as you go to huge sizes, just to keep it sort of reasonable. But when you go to microscope sizes, oh, well, hang on. So there's a microscope size, and the controls are usable, and you can read the font a little tiny bit. Because it's in Times New Roman, which is a legible, readable serif font. Here, we'll stretch it out here. This is the other purpose for having the tilt in there, is that you get to have some of these slightly compressed so that the stuff in the center can be bigger. That doesn't mean that you need the stuff in the center, but it's a thing that you can do. And there you go. You can even be silly. I think I have this font. Let's see how silly we can be. Open it up again. That is literal black, none more black. It's all of the black. And you may notice that it is a meme implementation of Airwindows Console H. What I mean by that is impact font. Ta-da! Now, impact font is not the most readable. In Linux, the fonts don't want to change. Huh. Well, I feel sad about that. I don't know what to do to change that. Maybe it needs to... If you're able to specify a font name that Linux recognizes as the font, maybe you need to do other stuff with it. I'm not entirely sure what it needs from you. But you should be able to spell out a font of some kind. It might be what Linux recognizes as the internal name of the font. You might not be able to just tell it a font like this. Do I have Inconsolato? We're about to find out. And it'll even remember the font size, so we get to show off all these weird effects very rapidly. I do have Inconsolato, and that's what Inconsolato looks like. Over beige. So yeah. And let's go back to Jost, which I like, and light gray, which is my default. Was it whatever? If I didn't get the right name, it'll simply not know what to do. So it'll fall back to the user color. Save. I might have called it watercolor gray. I'll find out real quick. Yeah, I called it watercolor gray. With an E? I can always look it up if it comes to that. Like, all I got to do is go to Documents, go to the Airwindows folder in Documents, and then I will see all of the things that I can use. And it was gray watercolor. But we could go with rock, for instance. How about we rock? And pick some suitable font. What's a good font for rock? Jupyter. That is a expensive font. I had to buy that one, but that is like a cool movie trailer font. And I think it'll work just as Jupyter. Let's find out. So this is rock background and a cooler font. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. What is better than that? I ask you. Jupyter. Jupyter is an all caps font. With the emboss, it just makes it look disgustingly and unreasonably awesome. I do have a lack of tiling here. Like, there's a line in there, but I don't need to use all of it. There's a slight gradient in there. There we go. There we go. That's rock with the font of Jupyter. There's some font updates in Juice that I took advantage of here. I'm not sure how much they helped, but it seems to be doing reasonably well. So if you're a rock guy, well, off you go, doing whatever weird synthesizer stuff you've got. With a rock plugin for when you need to rock. And this is the thing I was talking about, where you're seeing the dots there. And if you want a more modern type of sound, you want the dots to be cyan or white. If you push them too hard, you get a lot of white, but you can back off just a little tiny bit. And it's still up front, but it's not modern, annoying sounding. And there you go. So we're doing all of our mixing in rock with chiseled out all caps captions. Get a load of the frequency control, man. Frequency with this incredibly long tail on the Q, right? Oh, and we've got a little bit of tilt on here still, so we can Although the texture doesn't actually go with the tilt. Let's get rid of the tilt. I can also try, can we do Jupyter small caps? Is that a thing, or is that not one of the available fonts? Quick to find out. No, it's not. That's a default. That's like Arial or something. But we have taken the the tilt has now gone away. See, this is what I was talking about, how you could see there's a little more room for wide controls if you use a little bit of tilt. Like we could just hint at it. Tilt of 0.2. And then back to Jupyter again. And you put a little bit of tilt in, and then stuff is just able to be slightly bigger. Partly because the way the layout goes, there's often a little more space to the sides than there is vertically. That's tricky to work out, by the way. But now you'd never be able to get anybody to make you a GUI that is this tacky and sell it to you. But I am all about letting you be as tacky as you want. So here we are with our rock-colored, chiseled labeled Jupyter high drama font. Just, if you need to use this to make your mixes together, you're probably taking yourself too seriously, and it's fine. I'm going to go back to normalcy. Or at least the kind of normalcy I'm used to. Let's go back to normalcy. There. Although my letters are way smaller than Jupyter, but that makes sense. I get it. Jupyter has such large letters that it's unreasonable. But this is a lot chiller. I wonder whether I could be... I mean, I could add other things to let you change the size of the letters as well as just the font, but, you know, that'll do for today. Because I tell you what, Pre is ready to be made public. And I think I have this still on the clipboard. If not, I can go and find it. Hey, I do. And there's the commentary. It's made all of the, including the Linux and the Windows and everything. We turn off pre-release, we turn on latest release, update it, and Console H is now updated. Whose thing randomizes the color for each instance? It certainly isn't mine. Maybe if you have randomized colors for your tracks, because it will start incorporating the track color if you tell it to. Here we are. Okay, so I guess one of the things I can do is run over to, it'll probably even show up, oh no, maybe not. It'll probably even show up somewhere. There we are. It's Christmas from Airwindows. Sure is. So now I need to make a comment and There we are. So you can set up the way you like it and it will stay, which is not the case for the first one. And now we got to pin that to the top of the channel. Boop. If you saw this earlier than 5 EST on Xmas Day, go check for the update. Console H now remembers the plugin window sizes in your DOS, so you can set it up the way you like it and it will stay. We got there. So yeah, this has been my kind of fun, I gotta say. It's a little bit unreasonable, maybe not necessarily that sensible. I will tell you though, especially since, and I may be speaking too soon, but especially since the work that I was doing on it is not because it was broken, this feels better and more relaxed than last year. Last year wasn't very much fun because I don't like to put out a big, cool new thing and then have everybody discover that it's like fatally broken and hurting them. It's like, no, I have to drop everything and make it be better. But yeah. Oh, you know something, Grants? You just told me something that I'm really happy about. I wanted it to be able to read track colors in more than just Reaper. What you've just told me is that it is also able to read the track color in Ableton. And I don't know what else, because what I'm using is Juice code. Juice is supposed to be able to read that stuff. So if they made it work for lots and lots of DAWs, that means it works for me for lots and lots of DAWs. And yeah, that makes me happy. I'm happy that functionality works in Ableton, because I know there's going to be people using this in Ableton. I bet you can get a lot of mileage out of it in there. And yeah, you can use textures and stuff. Technically, you can set different instances to different textures. That honors the thing where if you spell out the name of the plugin, which I think is with no space in the middle, but we'll find out. Ardor track colors also work excellent. Thank you, XR64. So yeah, you can tell different instances, or no, not instances, but you could have there be one texture for bus and another texture for channel and another texture for pre, and they all get color coded according to the track color, as much as you want. Chris Mills, in your instance of Airwindowpedia, let me bring it up. Or Airwindows Globals, rather. In your instance of Airwindows Globals, do you have it spelled like this? And then do you have user track color amount spelled like that? You can't just write stuff. It is looking for this, although honestly I could be putting in stuff to also acknowledge if you're spelling it differently. But it wants to be using these. And I don't think it's going to do color. Yeah, mine's color. So your option ID, if you're working from the one that I included in the download, because there is, written document about that configure. What you do is you download the standalone version, and the standalone version has a little Airwindows folder in there, and it contains a copy of this file. So you can just change the little controls in there. You change the font, but it is, or failing that, if you simply, I'm trying to figure out whether I can make this be larger. I'm not sure I can. Yeah, excellent. So yeah, just refer to this stream. If you can read this on the screen, then this is an example. I didn't have other examples, but the example of how it would work for doing a custom thing would be like that would be something like this. And then you would have only the Console H channel plugins doing it, and not bus, for instance. You'd have bus be a different color, or you could have user color be Console H channel color, and have that be something, and then the track colors will alter that. And then you could have Console H bus or Console H pre color. So if you did this, then if you were using Console H pre, they would all be colored bright red, so you could tell them apart from Console H channel in the mix. And yeah, like that. And you can use all of the colors that Juice recognizes by name, and the stuff that I have downloadable in the Console H standalone download contains a little file with pictures of the colors and also a reference of them. I wonder whether I can go and grab that. Surely that is something that I could go and do. It's 4:55. I have 5 minutes to do it. Let's go and do it. I want to show you the thing. Let's see. New window. Airwindows website. Again, like I said, you download that. And we open it up. And we open the folder. And here's where you find the reference stuff you need. Here is the very same watercolor that I am using for my backdrop. I supply it. Here's Global's examples. They don't do the fancy stuff of dedicating it to the individual ones, but these are some variations on things that you can use. I think I did that just because I ran through them. Here's my default, which apparently I have a bunch of user tilt on default. Go figure. And then here is the named colors. These are the colors that you can pick by saying what their names are. And then here is what they are, including by reference number. There's a program that you can get that just only does this, that just only shows juice colors. But you can specify any of these, like dark slate gray, for instance, dark turquoise. And then you can also look at what that is. And so you can pick among this. Constant color name and value, that is actually part of what the original program said. So many people have the typo of them. So transparent black and transparent white, A1 and 2, are really black and white, but they have alpha channel stuff. I don't know what that does in a plugin. Literal black is 10, and then you've got a variety of shades of dark. None of them are really all that dark black, but they're pretty dark. And just the whole variety of colors, like B5 here, crimson. Crimson is a solid bright red. You got like D2 here. D2 is a decent gray. That is literally just gray. The one that I'm using is light gray, which is probably showing up around here somewhere. Oh, C4, dark slate gray. I don't know why dark slate gray would be green, but I guess it is. So slate blue is a blue color. Dark slate gray is super duper greenish, and I don't know why. Oh, 10, B10 this is dark gray. So yeah, these are all the named colors that you get to use. You can use ones like a dark blue if you want super dark color. Honestly, the color constants, these do not have that wide of a range. I don't honestly know why some of these are chosen. A bunch of these greens look exactly the damn same to me. But go figure. There must have been a reason. Here is C15. Gainsborough. I think Gainsborough is the color that Andrew Huang uses on his. I believe that's why I selected it. I was like, oh my god, I recognize that color. Andrew Huang's, the plugins that he gets made, he has him use Gainsborough as an off-white. And then, of course, Ghost White is nearly completely, literally white. D7, Indian Red, that's a chill color. E15 is a very vivid deep red. Maroon is what that one's named. And yeah, mostly they're tints. And of course, if you don't like all the tints, one thing that you can always do is just come up with a texture, even if it's a solid color texture, and go with that. For instance, actually, no, not that. Where's Madame? There's Airwindows Globals. This is honestly not as dark as you would think, but all the same, I think it gets darker than Juice likes to. So now we got dark, and it is a texture. Remembering all of the sizes of all of our controls, and you can pick whatever texture you want to get the effect that you like. Again, it's just a texture. It is just a texture. The texture does not scroll with the wheel, unfortunately, but it draws nicely. And yeah. Or you could copy something off of the background there so that it fits, it blends with your, like this color is pretty close to the Reaper default color. But yeah, we got there. And you get to pick the color of all of your LEDs too. Or pick color of LEDs by type of plugin. So channel can have one color of LEDs and bus can have another. It's all good. But yeah, if you're going for dark colors, you might not want the full brightness of red for the LEDs. It should be good. We should be good. Ought to be fun when I start doing any kind of music again, I'll tell you that. I probably will also want to experiment and see whether there is a font that I like better than Jost for this stuff. Yes, when you have it turned to the right on Crush, it does keep playing. That is because you are crushing to full compression. You need it to crush to the left if you don't want to do that. Also, the gate is supposed to be able to suppress that noise, and I'm not entirely sure if it successfully does it. We shall see. That works the same way as Hip Crush does, by the way. Alrighty. Enjoy your new downloads. Done while you watched. And I get to go and have my tacos now. I'm not even going to stretch it out. I'm not even going to keep fooling around and programming more things. No, I'm done. I'm going to have my Christmas tacos and enjoy the heck out of them to the best of my ability. And I will see you folks. Well, I'll see you when I post something on Sunday, because you're getting another plugin this coming weekend. It's almost certainly going to be, somebody was all excited about Smooth EQ3, just the straight up 3-band one, which is the same as you just got. I'll give you that. I know there was somebody who was like, I want to have all the individual components that are present in this so that I can use them separately. And yeah, fair, sure, you can have that. I'll start putting them out. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.